If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
Just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know.
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My tail light was cracked and John was pulverized.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
Echoes slowly cry in the cold hard light. Guitar soars through the stormy skies. A melody that pierces the eyes. Love's a memory, a distant dream. In this world it seems. Fingers glide in the fading light. A final note, a last good night. Lost in the shadows, lost in time. Dreams are all we find. Oh, dreams whisper, oh, dreams sigh. In the darkness they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, a lonely cry in the cold hard light. In the shadows where whispers dwell,
1.3.
it's like guitar sings of love's farewell.
10-4, I just wanted to know if
Echoes of the heart once bold, now lost in the night's cold fold.
Yeah, I'll be 23 back on that
Secrets hidden deep within,
within.
tales of love that couldn't win. Promises made in moonlight's glow, now broken like a shattered show. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets, holding on today. Memories of laughter and tears. In the silence they appear, whispers of a time so true, when love was all we knew. Lost in the echoes of the past, wishing for what we had. In the dark we search for light, holding on to what we fight. Through the pain, through the night, we find strength in the fight. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets, holding on today. Holding on to do.
21. Sorry, a card for a parking problem. Ranger 23. We're on 28 on truck when you're ready.
All right. Good morning, everybody. This is very early, so I'm early into my day. A couple of sups into my coffee, so you'll hear it in my voice. I went on early today because I want to go over Jackson's opening, his closing statements from last week. Because to me, they're a textbook example of how to take half truths and lies and turn them into something almost brilliant and convincing. Right? The danger that I think that he took is a lot of those half-truths, the jury won't be aware that they're half-truths. But a lot of them, they will be, because these were things that he misportrayed that only happened a week before with their own witnesses, such as Officer Devers or Officer Barrows, which he described to a jury in a way that was deceptive and false, and they're going to remember it. That's the risk. So, again, you have to bear with me a little bit. In the morning, I have to get through this kind of nasal routine a little bit. So it's solvable with a cough drop. But then nobody wants to be live on the air with a cough drop. But sometimes it's necessary. And I may even have to take a time out here and there. All right, let's bring in Mr. Jackson. And it's actually going to be difficult to get through this because his half-truths and lies are so frequent that to go through this, it might take hours. Obviously, we're not going to do that, but we'll stop on as many as we can.
So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them. Burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do.
Okay, that's a good opening, because you got to remember here that realistically, the defense's goal is not to get 12 people to vote to acquit. They understand that's out of reach. Their goal is to get that one or two jurors who feel passionately about Karen Read, may have come on to the jury feeling that way, or maybe not, but either way, they're going to have to stand up to the majority of jurors who follow the evidence. So he's trying to fortify him here. That's a good strategy.
Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told...
And I don't blame them for attempting to go down that road. But as I always remind people, and I reminded people on Court TV the other night, you can take away all of the evidence that Michael Proctor had any hand in touching, and it won't affect this case. Because the main evidence that convinces Karen Read, Michael Proctor had nothing to do with it. Now, keep in mind, Michael Proctor, both the feds and the state investigated 5 years into his background. They were determined to find something that would make it easier for them to get rid of him. The state, for reasons of political correctness, Michael Proctor had said things in those messages that were never going to be tolerated in a politically correct state. Yet they found nothing. And I mean, literally, absolutely nothing. Nothing in his past. The only things that he was dismissed for were in those messages and related to those messages in the Karen Read case. Likewise with the feds. We know how hard the feds were determined here, for whatever the reasons, to derail this trial. They were violating the sequestration order to essentially break the law and feeding evidence, testimony, to the Arca guys during the trial. So they were determined. They were that determined. and they were able to find nothing either. But regardless, there is no evidence here. If you want to take away any evidence that Michael Proctor had a hand in finding here or somehow handling, then that's fine. Go ahead. You still have the main evidence has nothing to do with anything he touched. So that's the primary taillight pieces were found by the CERT team that day. If you want to take away all the other tiny little taillight pieces that were found over the subsequent 3 weeks as the snow melted, if you want to remove that evidence, fine, go ahead. We'll just take the pieces that were found by the CERT team at 5:45. We'll just use those. Michael Proctor was not at the crime scene at all that day. Neither was Yuri Buchanan. So just go with the pieces that the CERT team found. So you have to, if you're going to go with the idea that planting evidence, listen, if those pieces were not planted, and let me restate that, unless those pieces were planted, then Karen is guilty. This case is an either or. There's no other way around that. Unless that for instance, that corner piece that was found at 5:45, 3 feet down at street level, unless that piece was somehow buried down there in the snow, then there's no conspiracy. Karen is guilty. And Karen's Lexus, no, Michael Proctor or none of the other state troopers had access to it all day. It was either under video surveillance or Karen was within the vehicle itself. That's why this is such an open and shut case. And people have a hard time following that for some reason. Obviously, we don't, and many of us don't. But people on that side, they just can't seem to follow it. And they don't understand how essential and simple that is. That was how I turned on this case going back in 2023. Once I realized I needed to find out where the Lexus was all day. And once I found out where it was and what time the main piece was found and what time that Lexus returned to the Sally port, then I knew there was no chance of a conspiracy. It's that simple. Not every case is that simple. This one actually is.
We told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this.
Now, this bears some explanation here. What he means is that every charge must be proved. There's 3 charges: leaving the scene of an accident, OUI manslaughter, and second-degree murder. And all 3 of those charges must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt for each one of those charges. But you could take them apart. And so, for instance, this unfortunately wasn't clear in the last case, and hopefully it'll be clear to the jury this time. But you could take one charge, for instance, leaving the scene of the accident, you might prove or disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And then one of the other charges you might not. But what this does not mean, what Alan Jackson is saying there, and this is something that people get confused at, is that every single piece of evidence that the state presented must be somehow established beyond a reasonable doubt. So, for example, what if you can't establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the pieces of glass found on top of the bumper were matched to the cocktail glass? It does not mean you have to prove every single one of those things like that. So if you have some doubt as to whether any of those pieces of glass found on the bumper belong to the cocktail glass or might have been planted there, that does not disprove the case. Karen is not charged with anything related to glass being found on the bumper. She's charged with the 3 charges I mentioned. And that evidence is not in any way at all essential to the evidence that convicts her on the other 3 charges. So even if it turned out to be the case that glass didn't belong, that glass didn't belong to that cocktail glass, it doesn't impact any of the rest of the case. It doesn't impact any of those charges. The state puts those in out of a sense of obligation. The state could easily have not used that, but I think they do it out of a sense of moral duty, out of a sense of obligation. This was a piece of evidence we need to include it, but it's not even a main piece of evidence. You don't need that evidence at all. You could take that evidence and that's the irony of it. State's probably better off not presenting that evidence, but that may be unethical on their part, and they want to be above ethics here. They want to be, they want to be ethically sound, and so they make sure that they include that. But they're probably better off not including that evidence because some people will look at that and get confused and say, "Well, I'm not too sure about that bumper glass evidence." So is that the basis for reasonable doubt? No, it's not, because the state's argument is in no way depends on that. It's not even in a small way. All right, let me go back.
In case you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Kenton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband.
And notice how he smeared them. They've got quite the reputation. It's just a completely baseless smear. It's not based on any evidence that was put in a trial, but there's nothing that can be said about it here because we don't know what Alan Jackson means when he says that. It could be a good reputation, right? He just says it with a certain tone that's trying to imply something to the jury.
Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend. Brian.
So why is he pointing out this? Is because he's trying to point out that that was part of the conspiracy. They're planning this beforehand.
And Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case.
And it should be pointed out that it was Karen who had the romantic design on him, and it became mutual. But it was Karen that first reached out and told Brian Higgins that he was hot.
As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen. John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well?
I don't think it's unreasonable for people in the public to conclude that Brian Higgins still had an interest in Karen at that point. But to go from that to motive for murder is not just a large leap, it's a ridiculous one.
He got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look.
And of course, what the defense is asking people to do here is make a ridiculous conclusion, because the two Bryans are kind of horsing around inside the bar, that this is
Sparring,
somehow an indication
practicing, fighting techniques.
of Brian
Brian
Higgins'
Higgins'
state, their state of mind, and that they were
Then what
planning
happens?
to
Before we look
attack
at the next
John.
video,
So they were planning to attack John. This is what they're asking you people to believe. That not only were they're planning to attack John because Karen didn't answer his Brian Higgins' text of "I'm well," and they were planning to do this at Brian Albert's house, where Brian Albert invites his daughter, Caitlin, who I believe is, 24, 25, 26 at the time, doesn't live there anymore, but she's invited back to the party, where Brian Albert Jr., who has anxiety issues, is back at the house celebrating his birthday with a few friends. So the idea is they're going to ambush John back in the house with their kids there, with their wives there. This is absurd. I don't really understand how adult human beings believe this.
think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
Now we're going to watch this here, and I'm going to tell you that probably of anybody involved in this case, anybody watching it right now, anybody who's been watching it, the lawyers on either side, the witnesses, there is probably nobody more qualified to analyze this particular piece of evidence than me. I spent 20 years of my life in the bar industry, and I was either watching scenes like this live from behind the bar or from within the bar, or looking at surveillance video to understand what happened if there was an incident. So I am qualified. So let's get to it. So this is a moment where Higgins is at the door, and he's looking back towards the bar, and Chris kind of grabs him. All right. So John is sitting at the bar with Karen. Brian Higgins is gesturing somewhere in that general vicinity. It could be to John. It could be to someone else. It could be to the bartender. We don't know. And Chris Albert is there, and there's a moment where he does kind of grab him for a second, and you could reasonably wonder if he's trying to calm him down, and he could be. And I would say, to me, just looking at that in isolation, and that's the key thing there, in isolation, yes, that could be someone trying to gesture somebody outside for a fight. But look at it more closely, okay? If you look at it here, where they've stopped it right here, Brian Higgins is now halfway out the door, and Chris is halfway back inside. That wouldn't happen. When you have somebody agitated like this at the door, they don't calm down that easily. Somebody has to remain there, pushing them out the door. Trust me, I've done it myself. I've pushed out more than 1,000 people in this situation. I was the guy there making sure that guy got out the door. And you cannot for a second walk away from them, because if you do that, they're going to go back in, and they're going to head towards the guy that they want to get into a beef with. And even they may even want you to make sure, if there may be some part of them that doesn't want to actually get in the beef. That part of their brain, they're all riled up. They don't want you to walk away. They want you to keep pushing them out. So this is where you know where he's probably actually just making more of a friendly gesture, saying, "Hey, are you going out? Are you going to meet us there? Are you going to drink with us?" Now, there's another piece of evidence we can look at, is that minutes later, Brian Higgins texts John, "Hey, where are you coming up? Are you going to the party?" That wouldn't happen if they had just been in a fight, or just been in some kind of a confrontation there. But more importantly, this is the reason that should utterly be ignored by anybody with a brain. Karen Reed is sitting with John when this happens. All right. Karen Reed, if there was an actual incident where Brian Higgins was trying to gesture to John and call him out. Hey, let's go outside. Outside meaning in bar slang, let's meet outside. Let's have a fight. That's how it is in bar slang, because you respect the bar. Most people respect the bar and don't want to do it within the bar. If that had happened, you don't think Karen Reed would have been talking about this for the last 2 years? You don't think she would have been talking about it all the way to 34 Fairview with John? She would have been, she knows that Brian Higgins is going to the party. She would have been saying, listen, we're not going there. He wants to fight you. They would have been arguing about that. And that would have been reflected in the phone call when they called Jen for directions. It would have been like, hey, is he there? But Karen has not even, she never once made this claim. She hasn't even tried. She would have even if something loosely similar to this had happened, by now she would be exploiting this in order to buttress her theory, right? In order to establish a third-party culprit. But she has never once claimed it. Her lawyers have never once claimed it. No other witnesses in the bar, including some of the ones that the Greek couple there that were friendly with Karen and really tried to testify to help her out, that were as a defense witness. None of them have come out to say that Brian Higgins was in any way angry or gesturing for anybody to get into a fight. Nobody. So all you have is this isolated piece of video. You have no witnesses, and you're taking a 2-3 second clip here instead of looking at the whole video. You know, I'm sure probably if you looked at the whole video, you might see 4 seconds before Brian Higgins is laughing with somebody or joking around. So what was really going on with Chris? He's probably just an animated guy who's just kind of like, hey, buddy, you know, let's go do this. Or something. You know, we don't know. They may not even remember, right? But the fact that Karen hasn't tried to exploit this, has never once made this claim, tells you, no, this is a lie by Alan Jackson.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes
I also
later,
want to point out this. You say they're pointing out, why didn't Michael Proctor do anything? Well, remember, the defense didn't know this either. We already had the trial last year, and in that trial, they pointed out the parts where Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were play fighting, but they never pointed out this part at the end. That wasn't even discovered by the Karen Reed defense. So after all their time going over this video over and over and over again, looking for reasons to try to find some hole here to which they could create reasonable doubt, even they didn't know about it at the time of the first trial. It was only discovered on social media as this clip was played. So it was only discovered after the trial. They didn't know about it either. So even though they're going over every second of this looking for something, they didn't know about it, but yet they're going to argue here that Michael Proctor should have known about it. It's absurd.
Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this?
Because they're
Well,
friends.
text Karen. Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigation?
Again, you have to just completely remember the GPS on John's phone shows that he never went in the house. Now, the defense, he's making this insinuation here. They're making this insinuation that John went into the house, possibly in the basement, possibly in the garage. But remember, they chose to present not a single witness to make that claim during the trial. So the jury must be like, what is going on here? What are they making this claim? Yes, they've hinted at it with other witnesses during the trial, but it's just hints. They never presented a single witness. Now, what the jury doesn't know that we know is they did present witnesses like that in the first trial, and they chose not to here. So primarily Rich Green, the shady defense, the shady forensic data analyst that the defense employed in the first trial, who claimed that John's phone showed that he went up and down 3 flights of stairs. But we know from a close analysis and accurate analysis by Ian Whiffen of the phone, and earlier by Trooper Garino, that phone never went in the house. And they never presented a single witness to suggest otherwise. But yet Alan Jackson includes this in his closing argument.
To look into. What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home. And
the laceration was a nick, a tiny nick. This is not the kind of stuff that you find with someone that gets in a fight. If you get in a fight, yes, you're going to have a bunch of serious wounds, and you might, on top of that, also have a nick. But here, all you have is the nick. Every medical witness, so the doctors, the ER staff, and the medical examiner all testified that there was no evidence that John was in a fight. So it is what it is. John was not in a fight.
An obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You come in here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John did.
So Michael Proctor is supposed to see a text, a friendly text of Brian Higgins seeing if John is meeting them at the party. And Michael Proctor is supposed to find that suspicious and investigate that. This is absurd.
Didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night. She got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi.
Again, you have to ignore all the evidence that was presented at the trial that was not at all in any way debunked or even questioned. We know that John got out of the car based on the battery phone data, the temperature data of the battery that was expertly outlined by Ian Whiffen, that John got out of the car at 12:31 and 59 seconds. 17 seconds after that, John's phone moved for the very last time. We also know that I believe it was at 12:32:08. I might be off by a second or two. I forget. I don't have notes in front of me. But 12:32:08. So just 8 seconds before John's phone moved for the last time, he turned off his phone. So he was not in the house. He was not in the basement. And this is without even looking at the GPS data that shows his phone never left that spot. That's where they pulled up to, and that's where it was found the next day. There was a 4-second area, 4-second time, only 4 seconds, where the margin of error shrank because the signal weakened. Now, when the margin of error shrank, the area that John could have been in expanded. The margin of error grew, so the area that John could have been in expanded. That was only for 4 seconds. So there's a 4-second period that the margin of error allowed the house to be included within that GPS signal range. But that clearly was just from the signal shrinking. There's no evidence. There's no signal that shows John moving towards the house, moving towards the driveway, certainly not inside the house. So to believe that John went in the house, you have to believe that he somehow ran 72 feet across the lawn into the house and then got back to the spot where his phone was found, which was exactly in the spot that it started from. So there's no way a human being could do that in 4 seconds. There's no way. So John just never went. John's phone never went in the house.
Connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single.
Now, why he says 12:36 is an important time, I don't even remember if they went into this. Hopefully we'll get through this, the whole part of this here. But as I explained to you for over a year. So in the first trial, Trooper Garino testified that Karen's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi, automatically connected to it at around 12:36. Now, around 12:36 is a pretty wide range of time. And what we really needed was accurate time. And what I said many times over the last year, that if around 12:36 translated into 12:36 and 0 seconds, then that would be a huge problem for the prosecution. However, that if it turned out to be 12:36 and 40 seconds, this is what I've been saying for a year I've been saying this, that if it turned out to be 12:36 and 40 seconds, then it's a huge problem for the defense. Why? So we don't know, because Karen had her location data turned off. We don't know which route she took home to get back to John's house. But we know what time she left, around 12:32, and let's say, 16 seconds, the time when John's phone stopped moving. This would have been the time that she left. We don't know if she went back by Cedar Crest or if she went straight forward. There's probably 3 different routes that she could take to get back to John's house. And if you were to take those routes in the middle of the day when there's traffic, it might take you 6 or 7 minutes. But if you take those routes at midnight, it takes you a lot less. Now, I had somebody test this out close to midnight when there was no traffic. And I had them go the longest route, which is actually the route that I believe that she went. I believe because she didn't know how to get home, that she would have gone the way that she would just retrace her steps from the way she had just came, so that she would back up and do some kind of a 3-point turn and then go back to Cedar Crest. Now, if you take that's the longest route. And if you take that during the day, it's going to take you maybe 7 minutes. And there wasn't time for that to happen here. But when we had it tested out at night, and I had already looked at it on Google Maps ahead of time. So it's a very simple route. It's the simplest route, too. This is probably why she went that way. So you go from Cedar Crest to Pleasant Street. And there are the only stop signs that you see on this whole path home are on Cedar Crest. There are 3, but the third one is actually at the intersection where she's going to take a right-hand turn onto Pleasant. Now, this is, at that time of night, there's literally going to be no traffic out there. So she's not going to come to a full stop at those stop signs. Nobody would. Even somebody sober, even somebody not angry. But Karen was not sober and she was raging. But even if you're just driving regular, like any one of us might be at that time of night, you're going to kind of slow down at the intersection and then roll through. She might not even have slowed down, and she wouldn't have been in an accident because there was no traffic out there. So the person that I had instructed to do was not, I told her not to do anything that would in any way get you in trouble or endanger you. So she slowed down at the stop signs. Then you take a right on Pleasant Street. Now for here, there's no stop sign all the way until you get to the downtown street of Washington. That's Canton's main street is Washington Street. So that's a long stretch of road in which you can really punch the gas and pick up some extra time. And then you take a left on Washington. Now there is a light. There's a traffic light there. Now, I don't know for this for sure because I've got conflicting information on it, but I believe it's one of those traffic lights because it's downtown that has sensors on it. So if there's no traffic detected coming from Washington Street, then it will give you a green before you get there. So you will not arrive at a red light. You will automatically arrive at a green light, and then you go left. So she takes a left, and then the very next turn, you take a right onto. I'm sorry, I got this wrong. So Cedar Crest is to Dedham Street. Got the street name wrong. So you go from Cedar Crest to Dedham Street, then you take the left onto Washington Street, and then you take a right onto Pleasant Street. So forgive me, I made that mistake on that. So it's Cedar Crest to Dedham to Washington to Pleasant, and that's how Karen would get home. All right, just checking my mic. So from now, Pleasant Street is the longest stretch of road. It's even longer than Dedham Street. It's wide, and this is one you'd really be able to punch the gas on this one too. And so from there, you take a quick right onto. God, I'm having a brain fart. This is the problem with these morning shows. I can't remember the street where John's on, but John's on the very first house there. In his house from that Ring video, you can see Pleasant Street in the background right there. So, in fact, her Wi-Fi might have connected. It's close, so close, it might have connected from Pleasant Street. But she takes the right and then a quick right turn into the driveway. So what I've been saying for the last year, that if Trooper Garino's around 12:36, if it translated into 12:36 and 40 seconds, then that would not only match up plausibly, it would match up perfectly. If Karen was averaging, we calculated 35 miles per hour. Now, the person who ran this route for me, she did it in 4 minutes and 10 seconds at that time of night. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And so we hoped that you would get very specific and accurate data as to what time Karen's phone connected automatically to John's Wi-Fi in the house. Well, we got that in this trial. It turns out it connected at 12:36 and 39 seconds. That's only 1 second before what I said all along for the last year. If it was at 12:30, if it was at 12:36 and 40 seconds, then the timelines match up perfectly. So Alan, that information was revealed during this trial, but Alan Jackson doesn't give you that. He goes back to saying it's just 12:36. So again, building on half truths. It's a masterful attempt, but it's not that hard to do. Any writer could do it. Trust me. He's building on half truths. Any guy in a bar that's used to crafting an argument could do this.
Single call, he didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails.
So both John and Prosecutor Brennan they both mentioned these angry frequent calls, and they have different explanations for it, and so the jury can decide which is more convincing. But Hank Brennan said, she knew she had been in some kind of an accident, and she was blaming John for it.
She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house.
Now, this is a fair thing for them to say. It's factual, and it's something that bothered a lot of us what bothered me when I first started looking at the case. But what I eventually realized is that because there was a blizzard underway with the wind howling, that would absorb all of the noise. All the first responders came in with no sirens. This is not only how it's done in small towns in the night in Massachusetts, but this is proved by Officer Saraf's dash cam video. He comes in, he does not have the sirens on, and none of the other first responders do either. The ambulance, nothing. You can all hear it on Saraf's video, and there's no sirens. So the only thing they, in theory, could have heard was the engines of the vehicles and people yelling outside. But the wind would have absorbed all that. And on a night like that, as anybody in New England knows, we all sleep very soundly. And Karen called her parents 3 times in the middle of the night, and they didn't wake up either.
Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learn through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove.
And now keep in mind, this is, we all had these misconceptions about how a state police investigation works. I did, and I know probably all of us did, right? We have our understanding of how these investigations work from watching TV. We think it's like, it's the lone investigator or the investigator with his partner that's going from scene to scene as a professional sleuth, kind of trying to figure out exactly what happened, how the crime took place. That's not how it happens. And if you really think about it closely and hard, it's not how we'd want it to happen. These guys have multiple cases at the same time that they're investigating, and they have a lot of stuff on their desk, and the state police is broken up into a bureaucracy of specialized components. So you have the CERT team we saw. There's also crime scene evidence. I may have the name wrong on that, but these guys go. So, for instance, when they would find a piece of taillight in the subsequent days, the crime scene evidence team would get called, and they would come down and document that piece of evidence. You have the cards team, which Trooper Paul, I think, I'm not sure if he's head of it, but he was the most senior guy on it in this year. But that also included, there was a part of that team, they come and examine the car. There's I don't know if she testified in this trial, but in the first trial, there was a criminologist on that team, a woman who came in and had trouble getting the taillight off. So she asked for the help there's a guy named Wanless who worked for the Canton police. And he happens to own his own auto body shop. So he happens to be an expert with these kind of things. So under her supervision, he put on gloves and helped take off the taillight. And that was all documented in the first trial. And people like Peter Murphy and former Canton police cop and Sean McDonough tried to make this into a big suspicious thing for a year. And it never was, and it's not. And it's just Wanless helping out. In fact, I think Wanless testified in the first trial and explained all that, but not sure. The first trial was a long time ago now. But there was nothing suspicious there. But this is how the state police work. It's specialized. You have multiple components. Some of them are troopers, some of them are just criminologists that are just doing their job. We've seen many criminologists do these 2 trials. We've met many of the criminologists that come in, and they have a highly specialized feature. The job of the lead investigator is not to go around looking for pieces of evidence himself and solving the case. That's TV. His job is to coordinate all of these various pieces and be part of that. He's not even doing that himself. He's got people that are supervisors over him. So in the case of Michael Proctor, His immediate supervisor is actually Buchanan, who was his partner that day, but also is kind of his supervisor. And then the ultimate supervisor is, God, now I can't remember his name now either. The lieutenant. Sorry, this is what happens when you do things early in the morning. The lieutenant who was head of the detectives unit at Norfolk County DA. I'm sorry, I can't quite remember his name at the moment. He testified in the first trial too, and he came across as very credible. And so he's if they have any questions, he's the guy that makes ultimate decisions. For instance, he was the one that had to ultimately release the CERT team, which is the, I think it's CERT stands for Special Emergency Response Team. So they're designed to go out and do various functions in bad weather, like floods and blizzards and hurricanes and stuff like that. And that includes evidence gathering, but it has to be in extreme weather conditions. And so that's how it works. It's not Trooper Proctor going around. And so, for instance, Nick saying on Court TV with us a couple of weeks ago that Trooper Proctor swabbed John's shirt for that canine DNA. It's crazy. That's not how it works. He's really just organizing the investigation.
Prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove
Lieutenant
John was
Tully, that
struck
was
by a
the name.
vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision.
I don't even think they actually established in this trial. There are personal connections between Proctor's and the Alberts. Michael Proctor didn't know Brian Albert. The connection was mostly, or begins with, Michael Proctor's sister, who he described as his best friend, Courtney. And Courtney had gone to high school with Chris Albert's wife's sister. So there was a connection. So, for instance, Colin and his mom had been to a pool party, at least one, at Michael Proctor's parents' house. So there is a connection there, but it's not that deep. And it wasn't really established, if I remember right, in this second trial. So the jury's probably a little confused on this. It was more established in the first trial because they called on Michael Proctor, they called on Chris Albert, they called on Chris Albert's wife. So I'm not even sure why Jackson is throwing this out there. Maybe it's for public consumption. So
let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't.
And this is where the half-truths are really going to come flooding in.
Lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body.
Yes, because it was just a glancing blow, a clipping. It was not a typical pedestrian collision. All right. So Dr. Scorti-Bello just had pieces of the evidence, but just looking at John's body, it's not going to look at all like a typical collision because he was only clipped, and the injuries that he sustained were not severe. What caused his death was hitting his head on the ground. So this is not part of Scorti-Bello's investigation. She's just, like I said, she's a component in a wider investigation. So as you'd want the police to do, they're to gather all of the evidence and put that together. And as they're looking for evidence, they are producing theories about what happened, because that's going to guide your investigation as to what you're going to look for when you're gathering this evidence. But ultimately, all that evidence gets gathered together and it's given to who? The prosecution. That's why the evidence is stored at the Norfolk County DA's office. And it's the prosecution that puts together the case, not Michael Proctor, not the state police. They're involved in the early part of it because that's important for the evidence gathering. But ultimately, it's the prosecution that puts that together. And this was not a typical kind of accident. Usually a pedestrian accident is not in reverse. It's a vehicle going forward. Usually it's a full collision. Usually the injuries are significant and they are the cause of death. That wasn't the case here. So there's no way that Scorti-Bello was ever going to find that. And it's a perfect example of, so it was an anonymous mass lawyer that provided this, but I love the example and I've talked about it on the channel a few times. So the medical examiner gets a victim in that's died of a gunshot wound to the head. And she is unable to determine if somebody else fired that wound or if it was self-inflicted. So she can't say whether the cause of death was suicide or murder. However, that's all the evidence she has. But there's other evidence that the prosecution has. For instance, this is just a hypothetical example, but for instance, they have evidence of gunshot residue on his clothing, perhaps. Or they have witnesses that saw the defendant with a gun either moments before or moments after the shooting. You know, there's evidence that they have that the medical examiner doesn't have. This is why it's not the medical examiner's job to determine this stuff. It's the prosecution's job to determine it.
Including his right arm, not one bruise, nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact, not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert, think about this, not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Shorty Bellow's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy.
Just to repeat it, it's the same thing. But each one of those experts only has a component that they're asked to look at. It's the prosecution that has to look all of the things that those experts found and other pieces of evidence and pull this all together and present and package it as a case. So it's what Alan Jackson just said is not at all unusual or suspicious.
Autopsy in any fashion, any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident. Did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner.
Again, there wouldn't be because it was just a clip that sent him reeling backwards and he hit his head.
Shorty Bellow performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own expert said there is no.
Now, I just want to stop there to say, too, this is an unusual case. This is a case that is just by its nature is going to be a challenge for anybody to prosecute because you have no witnesses, you have no video, and you have a kind of unusual case where someone is clipped and the body goes backwards and it ends up hitting, John hits his head on the ground. It's a very unusual case. In a normal case, you're going to have more clearly distinct evidence of a vehicle strike. But that doesn't mean that's not what happened here. You have to look at all of the evidence. And this is what you hope the jury is going to do. But this case was a challenge for both prosecutors first time and second time here because of just the unique nature of it.
No evidence of a collision. No evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour.
Obviously, this was not shown to the public. This was just shown to the jury.
John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Shorty Bellow was presented with the Commonwealth.
Now, keep in mind, if the defense's expert, Dr. Lalapalooza there, if she's correct and John died 15 to 20 minutes after being struck on the head, that would explain the lack of bruising.
Theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan.
This is the problem that comes down with all these cases. It's competing experts. It's not the fairest thing to say is that there really is no expert that's probably independent, or you can't just give anybody. Let's put it this way. There are experts like we've had Jen Coffernaffer on the channel, and she is a person of integrity, and she would never go up there and say something that wasn't completely, that she had just independently determined on her own looking at the evidence. But that said, you can't just assume that any expert on either side gets the benefit of the doubt, because there is a tendency for experts on both sides to want to help the people that hired them. And now I would say that's true of both sides, but it's a bigger problem or a bigger issue with defense teams, because they're going to go shopping around for experts that are going to help them. And this Dr. Lalapalooza has a reputation in the industry as being a gun for hire. And that was kind of visible right away in her testimony when Hank Brennan comes out and says, good morning. No, she says, I'm sorry, he says, good afternoon. And she right away, she starts arguing with him on that. She goes, well, we'll be afternoon in 6 minutes anyways. This was a witness that this was a gun for hire. She was out to try to help the defense. And I think the jury could see that right off the bat. Now, that doesn't mean their testimony was automatically wrong. No, not at all. She's a qualified medical expert, medical examiner that was the head of that office in the state of Rhode Island for a number of years. So she's qualified. But you have to understand that she's trying very hard to help the defense. And is she trying so hard that she's willing to fudge her testimony? People have to be the judge of that. And ultimately, it's the jury that has to be the judge of that. Same thing with the ARCA guys. They demonstrated their bias all the times. And I would say also Dr. Welcher did too, to be fair.
Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe?
I don't think there'd be any way to really test something that has so many variables as a glancing blow from an elbow to a taillight. But what the ARCA, those videos did show, and I think this did tremendous damage, ironically, to the defense's case, is that a vehicle backing up at the speed that Karen was backing up, and even at lesser speeds, would have no problem shattering. So I remember how many times people have been messaging me for years saying there's no way that an acrylic taillight would break in that weather based on, just an impact to a body. Well, that hopefully people have stopped. The Freddie Karen Reed people have stopped saying that now, because we see in the video by their own expert that it would do it even at 17 miles an hour, let alone 24.
Internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight,
Hillbilly Nitro, I think, is the one who has done really good work showing this kind of stuff, and he's shown that they were not completely shattered.
The diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser, any part of that diffuser,
notice he snuck in. He snuck in the word "almost" there, right? And that's what it was. That just confirms what Hillbilly had said, that they're not completely shattered, that there's still pieces remain. And Alan just said almost.
It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later.
I love how they cherry pick these photos. Unbelievable.
At 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right. It's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered?
And there's something that didn't come through in the trial, but that I found in my research is that Ring Video at night uses a program. I think it was called Night Vision or something like that. I forget. But basically, the Ring Video this is not a recording of red light. This is the Ring system is using algorithms to basically create this video. So it's analyzing. It's because it's only using infrared light. It's not there's no light on outside. So it's using infrared light to see at night. And it's taking the images that it gets and it's creating them with the computer, with the software. So these images that we're looking at here, those colors may not be 100% accurate. They're created by the system.
Scattered all over 34 Fairview. That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints.
And keep in mind, many times when ARCA did their experiments, what they did was they kept having the vehicle back into John's forearm. But that's not the state's theory. The state's theory is that it went into his elbow. Now, I think anybody would reasonably agree that if the taillight smashed in at high speed into a person's forearm, yeah, it would shatter that arm. But the elbow is a different story, especially if it's in that position where it's locked. That elbow is much more secure, much harder. I mean, if you're going to go out and look at those old kung fu movies, or even just old episodes of Star Trek or something, if you're going to go out and whack somebody, you do it with your elbow. You're not doing it with your forearm. Your elbow is many times stronger than your forearm in terms of taking that kind of punishment.
And bones fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. he didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers.
So again, let's address these x-rays. None of us knew that they were x-rays until this past week, right? I didn't know. And so my understanding was there was no x-rays. It never came out, right? Does that mean I've been lying to you? No, it means I didn't know. And it means I actually don't, like I'm accused of, have some kind of access to discovery material. I don't, and I never have. I've never received anything from the prosecution from discovery material. Nothing. Neither is Kate. Kate didn't know either. So for all these people that think Kate runs the state, well, they got this one by her, right? Because she didn't know either. And it turned out that this was done during the autopsy. But for people that understand how these things work. So for example, several years ago, my mother fell, and she ultimately, it was determined that she had a hairline fracture in her hand. But initially at the ER, they took several, because she had a lot of pain in her hand. And so they kept taking x-rays, and they found no evidence of a fracture, none. But then she was sent, eventually after she was released to hospital, she was sent to an orthopedic specialist who took x-rays, putting the hand in different positions. Now, this wasn't even an MRI, but it was just still x-rays. And they were able to find the hairline fracture and thus explain the pain that she had. Ultimately, what they would really want is an MRI. But you really need to have a specialist to put the hand in the right positions to get those x-rays. That's not what happened here. This was just a quick full body x-ray. So if John had hairline fractures in his elbow or in his hands, this x-ray was never going to pick him up.
It was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight.
Now, I think I'm going to do a video after the trial. I personally believe that the worst decision the state ever made, the prosecution ever made, was hiring Aperture. I think they let the state down. I think they made a lot of mistakes. And I think at the end of the day, they created problems that the prosecution had to overcome. That I think the state would have been much better off if they did not hire Aperture. I'll go into this in more detail at another time. But I think they made a lot of mistakes. I think perhaps even Trooper Paul is ultimately at the end of the day that got it more right than them.
The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth.
That's a misdirection. Again, going back to the example that I got from Anonymous Masked Lawyer, that same medical examiner in that hypothetical situation would have said there's not enough evidence to show whether or not the victim, not John, in that hypothetical example, died of a self-inflicted gun wound or was murdered. That's when you have to get all of the evidence. And what Dr. Welcher said was, and I think he was just being honest, and this is what you want. You don't want, see, at least we'll give this. Dr. Welcher demonstrated integrity and honesty there. If he was just, if you had hired, if that had been the defense, it would have been different. If they had had Dr. Russell, you would have had more slanted testimony. The same thing with the ARCA experts. What Dr. Welcher said was, we can't know this because there were no witnesses and there's no video of the accident. we can't know what position John was in exactly. We can't know how he was moving. So, for instance, he could have been trying to avoid the vehicle at that last second, and that would have highly impacted what happened to his body and where it landed and what damage happened to the vehicle. So you really can only get a partial explanation at best as to exactly what happened at the moment of collision. And Dr. Welcher was honest about that and telling the jury that. And so Jackson is trying to exploit that here and to say, well, we don't know. But when you look at all of the evidence, such as the debris pattern that's found at the street and the vehicle data and everything else, we do know what happened because there's no other possible explanation. We just don't know exactly what position John was in and how he was moving.
No, I'm not. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember?
And I actually don't agree with this at all. I think Burgess in some ways was the best expert that testified for both sides in the whole case. Especially when you combine Burgess with Ian Whiffen, actually. So those two combined is what creates the bulletproof data. He really, so using slightly different data methods, Burgess came to the exact same conclusions that I came to last year, literally down to the second. Now, I'm not an expert, right? I was just going by the evidence, the simple evidence, primarily the Waze data and the health app data that was provided by the state. So I had concluded that the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest was likely at 12:24 and 2 seconds. And I made that, with the help of Chick from the Bricks, I made up that graphic display a year ago. This is based on primarily the Waze data. So the Waze data is going to be very accurate to the second. Based on what they gave us in that first trial, we didn't know what time the 3-point turn was. But we know that there were two events in the events in the vehicle data that had been triggered. So 8 minutes and 4 seconds after the first event was when the second event was triggered. The first event was the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest because Karen took it in such a way that the algorithm said there's something funny going on here. Let's create an event. And basically it was because she was going in reverse at too high of a speed. And the second event, it was more or less the same thing. She's going in reverse at over 75% throttle. And so that creates the trigger of an event. So that second event is within that event is where John is struck. And so that second event is triggered 8 minutes and 4 seconds after the 3-point turn. So if you can figure out what time the 3-point turn is, you just go 8 minutes and 4 seconds after that. And that's when Karen goes into reverse. And some couple of seconds or maybe 4 or 5 seconds after that is when John is struck. So what time was the 3-point turn? Well, you can look at the Waze data that shows what time they missed the turn. So that Karen and John are driving down Cedar Crest and they miss the turn onto Fairview. And that is at 12:23 and 46 seconds. Then they go a little bit down the road. They do a 3-point turn. And again, that's the 3-point turn that we want to know the exact time of. We didn't know that last year. And then after that 3-point turn, they turn onto Fairview. And that turn is at 12:24 and 18 seconds. So somewhere in the middle of that, of when they miss the turn and then when they ultimately take the turn onto Fairview, that's when the 3-point turn is. And I put in that little chart there. Maybe I'll bring it up after. You guys, those of you that's been with this channel for a while know that I've put it on the screen for you many, many times. And I sent this chart to the Discovery ID people when we were filming. They chose not to use it. I've sent it many times to Court TV. They chose not to use it. But this chart proved to be accurate to the second. The second data on, so I put in there that Karen made the 3-point turn at 12:24:02. Well, Burgess, using different means, dug hard into that, and he came out with the exact same conclusion. Then the other thing we were looking for was what time was John struck? And so just based on that simple information of counting backwards in the 8 minutes and 4 seconds, and then Trooper Paul had identified that it was 4 seconds into that second triggered event when the collision occurred. So I still believe Trooper Paul might have had that right. And even though that's now in dispute by Dr. Welcher, I believe Trooper Paul had that right. And so based on that, I concluded that John was struck at 12:32 and 12 seconds. And 4 seconds later is when his phone moves for the very last time. So I put that in that chart. And Burgess concluded the same exact thing, that that's the moment of the collision. So it's pretty interesting that we came to the same conclusion by different means. But if they had just looked at the Waze data, much easier. Much easier. But I think Burgess did a great job, and he explained it very simply in a way that the jury could understand. And they weren't trying to match the data. They were trying to they were trying to determine exactly what the time variance was. And we learned from the defense's own witness to Sorga that these time variances are not only common, they're the norm. And he said he testified that he had worked on over 1,000 cases where he had tried to figure out what the time variance was in those cases.
Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck. He was immediately incapacitated. He was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that.
All right. So this is, again, I'll go into it more linked at the future, but I think this was a mistake by Dr. Welcher, but it's not a mistake. Dr. Welcher did say that there was a time variance in there, and he changed the calculation on that a couple of times. He ultimately ended up saying it was between 21 minutes and 29 seconds. But also there was testimony by both the Sorga, the defense witness, and Burgess that there's an industry standard in that accident reconstruction industry that those time variances can be up to a minute, because the vehicle data it has to synchronize with other clocks in order to come up with what time it is in that vehicle data, because the vehicle data does not have its own clock. It has it has its own running clock like a stopwatch, but in terms of a clock, because it tells you what time it is, it does not have its own. So it has to pick up that evidence from other pieces of information, so it can synchronize with phone data that the car is linking to those phones, or other ways that it can find that data. And so with Dr. Welcher, he put a window there as to what time the accident happened. And I wish he had just looked at the graphic that I had put together, which was based just on the Waze data. And if that had been the case, he would have adjusted his window before handing it over to the defense, but he didn't.
And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision.
Right. Remember, I talked about half-truths. So the jury's not going to forget all that discussion about time variance that Alan Jackson is just conveniently ignoring.
Immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it, after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further.
Certainly their experts did.
To answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claimed he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report.
All right, I'm going to stop this here because we're getting close. I got fanned. So, I got as far as I could. Sorry about that. That's why I went on early to try to get as far as I could through this. But it takes time to get through that because it's an hour and 15-minute closing, and I'm stopping to discuss it. So it would take me like 3 hours to get through the whole thing. So let's go to the ceiling fan. So people will have that comfort of knowing that we have fan, and we're not going to miss any part of this trial here. So what will happen here is that they're going to bring the jury in, and the judge will speak to them, and then she's going to send them off to deliberate. And then depending on if there's any court business between the two parties to be discussed, it'll happen after the jury is sent into deliberations. 1 hour and 25 minutes. Okay, thank you, Kyle. All right. So I have not. So while I was doing that over the last hour or so, I'm looking at I'm not looking at the chat window. I haven't been able to see any of it because I'm looking at the screen with the video on it. So I'm on a different browser tab. So now I'm able to look at comments. And let me catch up a little bit. So Debbie gifted 5 Yellow Cottage Tales memberships. Very much. Debbie, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And hopefully people that get them will appreciate it. The thing is, what do you get with that membership? Unfortunately, nothing. I have never been able to find a way to give it back. We did a members only show once, but it ended up being a lot of work. I don't know. It ended up being kind of a headache for different reasons that I won't go into. So basically the people that get a membership, and it's the cheapest we could get it set at. And when I set up the channel, I never expected anybody to be buying those memberships, but it was just something I had to set up. But if you're giving me that membership, you're doing it just to support the work. And so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And yeah, so Tanya, thank you very much Tanya's in Canada too. So thank you, Tanya. We have a lot of friends of the channel that are in Canada. Maui Swift, Colin Forrester, many others. Those are just 2 that come to the top of my head because they've been with us for so long. All right. So the way we're going to do this during jury deliberations is we won't stay on all the time. Is a black man as a foreman going to involve Black Lives Matter? Is the foreman black? I don't know. And I don't have any reason to believe that would affect anything. So obviously the jury gets to deliberate all day, and we're not going to stay live all day discussing it. So what we will do is we have a network of people, and you can help too. What will happen is both sides will be notified. If the jury has a question, or if the jury has reached an impasse and they want to inform the judge of that, or if they've actually reached a decision, they send a note to the judge, and the judge has to send out word to both parties that they have in the first trial, it had been 5 minutes. I believe this time it's extended to 10 minutes because David Unetti's office is 10 minutes away. But so they have 5 or 10 minutes, whatever ultimately we decided. But they basically have 5 or 10 minutes to get back to the court to listen to what's going on, and they'll bring the jury in. I don't think there are probably O'Keefe supporters at the courthouse, Jamie. It's an enormous. I don't know where they're hanging out. The families, they're hanging out somewhere nearby, just like the supporters of Karen or Karen's team herself. And so what will happen is word will go out that both sides have to get back to court, and then they'll bring the jury in once the lawyers are back, and then they bring the jury in, and we find out what's going on. Either the jury has reached a decision, or the jury has a question, or something like that. So obviously, I can't just be sitting in front of the computer all day. So when word goes out, we'll get back on. Now, there's enough people that are friends of mine and friends of Kate's and others watching this that last time there were several questions and notes and stuff like that. We never missed any. We were always able to get back live again right away. So we'll go live as soon as we get word. What do I think hi, Rhonda, by the way, and Ron is a good friend too. What do I think the jury will do? Well, so I thought before the closing arguments, I thought the most likely result was going to be a hung jury. But everything, Boomer's here too. Good morning, Boomer.
Kevin.
I'm just answering. Someone had asked what I thought Rhonda asked what I thought the verdict would be. And so what I'm explaining is that the day before before closing arguments, I thought that the most likely result was going to be a hung jury, because it's very easy to get a hung jury. Not just all it takes is one person to not agree, but also if you have a turtle rider or a free Karen Reed person that snuck onto the jury, which did happen last time. So right. I did think that. But then after the brilliant closing of Hank Brennan, that had moved the needle quite a bit to me.
Oh, man, yeah.
And so it looks like we're about to go into things. So I came to the conclusion that I I believe we were going to get a verdict. And I think I ultimately ended up saying that we would get a verdict of guilty today before lunch.
Oh, wow.
So,
okay.
I don't know. We'll see. What do you think? And let me just, and what I mean by that too is I believe the most likely is just guilty on the OUI manslaughter. Hank moved the needle quite a bit on the possibility of a second degree, but that is still a tough one.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning, alternates. So I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
Okay, so after they get the jury out, we'll see if there's any court business where the parties will have to discuss. Let's see if there's anything. And also today, I'm going to be bringing on a special guest around 10 or 10:30 to discuss the Karina Homer case. This is the Swedish nanny. And
Right.
I've got a lot of research together. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to package it, so it's going to be kind of a sloppy presentation at first. But he's a good guest that is very knowledgeable about the case. And there's a whole interesting angle that we're going to explore on this case.
Very cool.
And we're not going to just do this today. We're going to do this over the course of the next several days.
All right, so Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away, okay?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Iannetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
So, as usual, the defense has some issues, Boomer.
Oh, that's real surprising that they're going to be pulling moves last minute.
Yeah. I don't know if Margaret's going to join us at all this morning, but it'd be interesting to find out if this is normal. You know, maybe this is normal. You know, I'm not a trial attorney. So.
You know what? Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to assume it's not, because so far the stride has been not a lot of normalcy going on in this case.
Right.
I don't know, man. I just expect chaos with this case.
Yeah.
And I noticed it was a quick little snap there, but little normally looks to me like she's been materialized, you know, into this realm. She always looks like she just beamed down. You know what I mean? She's staring off into space, but she looked a little not so good. Like,
so you think she's worried? You mean?
I don't know if it's worry or they were partying or what's going on, but she besides that sort of like puzzled, lost in space look, she I don't know. It was just a quick little flash of her that I saw of her face, but she just looked like gray. I don't know.
Well, if they were partying, it's pretty hard to keep up with Karen, as you know.
Oh God, yeah, I know.
She
can
handle it herself.
Have you seen the photos of Alan, the before and after trial 1, trial 2? He looks like he's aged about 15 years.
How old is he? Is he in his 50s? I think he's in his 50s.
If he is, I would assume late 50s, early 60s. But yeah, man, it looks like he's been through it.
Wow.
And I don't know if that's just the stress of the case, personal life, a combination, or if he himself has been trying to, party with a professional. I don't know. Maybe they
I
all
think
are. And they can't handle it.
I think one thing we have to I get this sense too from talking to other lawyers, not involved in this case, but people we've talked to, even Joe Krowski or Kevin Mahoney. When these guys are in the middle of a case, it's all consuming. It's a lot. It's 7 days a week, 20 hours a day. It's really, really a lot of work and a lot of intense work. So that may take a toll on you. So they've been in the middle here now of 7-week trial, and then all the work before that, all the hearings and everything going into it. So to be fair to them, it could be just something that really takes a toll on you after a while.
I could see that, but when I look at like Hank and Lowley, and I forgive me, I don't remember the lady's name.
McGovern
on the team. McGovern. They don't.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, McLaughlin. I'm sorry.
McLaughlin. Yeah. They don't appear as though they've been put through the ringer physically.
Yeah.
And I believe they're working very hard. Hank has a reputation apparently for working through the night. So
he looks kind of tired sometimes, and
he looks tired, but he doesn't look like a vampire. You know what I mean? Like they look especially haggard. To be nice.
Lally certainly looked worn in the trial last year.
Oh my
God, he looked very worn.
Yeah. Well, he was carrying a lot in that case. That was a lot to put on him.
Yeah, I remember he comes up for closing arguments, and he's got like 4 different notepads. He's like, he looks like me, like trying to come up and present my college thesis or something like that. Like after, I mean, just disorganized and he definitely. And of course, we all know he famously ran out of time. But somebody was saying they may not have been. They may have had a different standard in this case. Where they gave them an hour and 15 minutes, but it was not a hard time. They were allowed to. Someone just posted the other day, Alan Jackson went an hour and 25 minutes, and I got the sense that Hank Brennan went on longer too. I didn't time it, but my sense was
I believe he did. I believe he did. I don't know if it was a full 10 minutes, but it was close. It was close to the same. I was in chat like everybody else, typing my grievances. Like, what the hell is this? It like time's up, and I think I'll for myself anyway, I was annoyed by that because of the memory of last trial, right? Like if you're going to interrupt the prosecution before they're finished, then this time around, I'm listening to the defense go over time. I'm like, well, I'll keep from, flying through the ceiling here. Maybe she's going to grant the same grace to the prosecution as the defense. So
she did say something too, right before she did say something too, right before she sent them out. I forget the exact wording, but basically I noted it. I was like, she saying that I'm not going to hold you exactly to an hour and 15 minutes.
Right.
So I wonder why she changed that. Well, I wonder. I don't remember the exact wording, but yeah.
Probably because she like most people don't want to go through this again. They don't want to go through this trial again. And if anyone's going to squeak and squawk, it's just best not to interrupt them. Give them a little bit of leeway at the end there, and within reason. And Jackson going over by 10 minutes is at the end of the world? No, it's not. I mean, Hank got leeway as well, so that's fine. It all worked out. But I was initially kind of sensitive about it. Like, come on, the memory of Lally being interrupted was still rolling around in my brain, but it worked out.
When I was on, of course, when I go on the court TV, they've got us on always when I'm on in my times. It's always with me, Nick, and 2 lawyers. So, and they play clips in the middle of that too. So it's you get with 4 people, you get such a short amount of time when you're up there, which is really, really difficult. And I'm kind of the 4th wheel too on that because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not Nick Rocco. So, like last time when I was just on most recently on the first segment, they go to 4th to me, of course. And as I'm getting to the end of it, the manager breaks in on the mic and she goes, "You're going to have to wrap it up. Court commercial coming up," or whatever she said. So I wrapped it up. So I know that I had, probably about a minute where everybody else had longer. Then
Right.
going into during commercial right after that, she came in and she said, "We're pressed on time, Kevin. We're going to go to you first out of the break, but please keep it under a minute because we're pressed on time." So sure enough, when we came out of the break, Vinny asked me a question. I didn't time myself, but I'm going to guess I kept it at like 40 seconds. And
Right.
Vinny looked and then I just stopped. And Vinny, but I wrapped it up on it, on an answer like we knew. But Vinny looked at me like, "Are you actually stopping this early now?" And I'm like, "Yeah," because I didn't say it, but I'm like, "Your manager asked me to, so yeah."
Yeah. No doubt.
And
No doubt.
yeah, that's just, and then I get jealous of on the 9 o'clock segment, they'll have on just 2 people. And
Mm.
so they get to go on and on. And that's what it's really much easier to discuss something if you have like 3 minutes. I know 3 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but
It
when you
is.
compare that to a minute,
Yeah.
it's like
Oh,
I get
it is.
to try to answer questions or say what I want to say in 1 minute. It's just so hard.
Yeah. Well, just think of it. It's almost like an average length of a full song if you're just speaking the entire time. It's a good amount of time. It is.
Right.
And the more you do it too, I'm not surprised you stuck the landing under the minute. The more you do anything that's timed, the more you just get a sense of it. Not to bore all the folks, but back in the day when I used to play music live, they would have like a digital clock sometimes up on the ceiling or wherever, and that would so you could strike on and off the stage and all that. And you would get to a point where you do something long enough that's time based, you can kind of get a good feel for what
You don't need the clock anymore. Eventually you know where you're if it has to be a minute and a half on that song, you know how to go a minute and a half. You just know.
You start to sharpen your inner clock. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, you do.
Yeah, I think for hours for the last year, it's been about a minute and 20 seconds is what you get. And so in my head, I know to go a minute and 20 seconds and wrap it up. And
right on.
I usually do. Every once in a while, Vinny I'll go a little longer, and Vinny, but unlike the other people, Vinny makes sure I stop. He will interrupt. If Nick Rocco wants to go on for 2 minutes, he gets his 2 minutes. And
I wonder why. Yeah.
If Joe wants to go on for 4 minutes, he gets his 4 minutes, but it's all right. It's all just part of it.
It's the reality of it, man. Absolutely it is.
It does, like you said, it teach as a musician, it teaches you a different skill, so to be able to speak in a minute long, it does. I don't like it, but it does teach you a different skill to be able to make a point and rap. So a lot of people on our side are always texting me during this and around commercial breaks. Why didn't you say this? And you should have said that, because I have a minute.
No pressure. Come on. I mean,
I'm like, I have a minute. So what I've decided too is, Nick Rocco will spit out 8 different talking points in his time up there, and I can debunk each one. But is that effective for me to do? Right. But in addition, I could, if I had the time, but even still, I could debunk as many as I could. And I usually get a different question from Vinny, so I have to answer that too. So what I've decided to do is try to answer the gotcha question from Vinny, and then try to stick one, rather than focusing on trying to debunk everything Nick says, focus on one main point that I want to make that I hope that people will remember. And that's what I just try to do. And, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm great at it. I'm at least better at it than I was a year ago. That's about
Oh my God. Yeah. Repetition, man. The more you do something, right?
Yeah.
And then you learn. With this, I'm a lot newer too. Like, I'm still green as far as the speaking commentary, whatever, that kind of angle. But with music, one of the biggest things that I always advocated for was the art of recovery, right? You screw up, make it look like you meant to do it. And when you're speaking, it's not so much like, make a mistake and like say you get something wrong. You don't then make believe you meant to do that. That's different. You can't, that's not the same thing. But the art of recovery may be flubbing your words, or you get lost for a word. You got to get better and faster at finding something that's, at least, if it's not the word you wanted to use, it's close enough to make you look a little less dumb. That seems to be my challenge, right? Like, I'm still working.
We used to have
bugs out of that.
In the bar I owned, we would have in the front bar, the main bar, we would play music that was, well, by the end it was off. It was MP3s, but before that it was just off digital, off CDs that I had recorded.
Oh, the CDRs.
So really,
yeah.
So you could maybe get of the music that you really. So we had like a 300 disc whole thing that held 300 discs, but
Yeah.
This really, if you make them down, so I had a thing where I could make my own CDs. You could get it down to like maybe 4 discs is really going to play 90% of the music that you need.
Yep.
Late night, because your place is really only crowded from, the last couple hours of the night. And in the back bar, we had live music.
Right.
But I would have to teach these guys. And if you had a band that eventually, that was the best if you had them there for a while that really understood what had to be done. But you had to teach musicians how to do it. So for instance, if you have a guitar string, if a string breaks, these guys got to stay up there like you're talking about, and you can't just stop.
You can't shut
down.
the whole band down for one guy's string. That's right.
Right.
Yep.
But what they would do, some of the guys would do is while they're fixing it, they'd kind of talk to the audience in this kind of coffee house kind of way. And I would say, look, that works in the coffee house. That doesn't work with this crowd here. Because you're just going to put them to sleep, or they're going to go to the other room.
That's right.
So what you got to do is just signal to the bartender, and in 1 second they can switch over, and so that you're playing the music from the front.
Oh,
and then
nice. They can cover you.
And yes, and then when you're ready, because they could just switch over a flick of a switch. And then but then when you're ready, just signal them and they'll switch it back, and you go back to what you're doing. So, but I just can't have you up there talking coffee house style. That's great in a coffee house, but it doesn't work here. So
Yeah. We always had two guitars. Bass player never brought an extra bass. Those strings are real hard to break, man. You gotta use bolt cutters to break those strings usually.
Yeah.
Unless you got a problem with your setup. But yeah, we'd always have 2. So you snap the string, man. You were the band keeps playing. You don't stop.
Yeah.
And you just dart over, grab your second, pull it out, and hope to God it's in tune like you left it, 15 minutes maybe prior or whatever. Yeah, you can't. Oh man, you can't stop. No.
Yeah.
No, not good.
Yes, and it's a weird, like the way. Another thing too is, so you want to fill the room, right? And the music sounds better too. And but the hard thing is when people are coming in through the front and they're going through the front room to get to the back room. The hardest thing is to initially fill it. No one wants to be the first person into an empty room with a band playing, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So what I would try to get through them is, if you're too loud at the beginning, no one's going to want to come into this room. So unfortunately, you have to kind of learn how to monitor the crowd. And so you got to keep your volume down, so that initially, as people are coming in and they're having their first few drinks, you got to let it build up. And so you might have a group of 2 or 3 people coming in. Make it comfortable so they can sit there at the bar and have a drink and talk to themselves, and you're just kind of in the background. But as it fills up, you have to slowly transition now. Plus, people get a few drinks in them. Now that's when, so we would have it. So the ones that learned how to do it and do it good, by 12:30, 1 o'clock, there's 100 people in the room, and they're all focused on the band, and they're singing every song with them. That was great for the bands. They enjoyed that, but you got to know how to build it to that point without, you got to get the room to that point. And the good ones would do it if they stuck to it, and just, you learn on your own. So you're not just up there just playing what you think should be played. You're playing what you think will work, what the crowd wants to hear. And we had a couple bands that at our peak for a couple of years, we had one band that did every Friday and another one that did every Saturday. And they knew what to play to keep that crowd energized.
They knew the routine.
Yeah, that was great. Right. That was, even if they had to learn a new song that they knew, we had a couple of guys that were probably in their early 40s that had followed me from another bar that I used to manage. And they even learned how to play Irish music and different things.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, so by the end, they play the songs that they wanted, classic rock songs. But if they had to learn a Britney Spears song, they would learn it. It was pretty funny to see these guys doing it.
Yeah, a professional band will do whatever. Absolutely, they will. I remember one of our super talented skills that we would do that the promoters loved, because like we were talking about, everything's on a time schedule, right? Is we would strike and tear down our setup faster than anybody else. So whatever, and we would play within the time. So you gave us 45 minutes to an hour, whatever it was, we were done and we were struck off the set. Everybody would grab a piece of the drum kit too. We didn't leave it, because we had in metal bands, right? You got a drum kit. It looks ridiculous. There's 1,000 freaking drums on it, right? It's not a little jazz kit. It's crazy. So we'd all throw down a mat that was marked where he would drop his drums. There's tape on it. Right. So anybody out there, if they are getting into doing music and stuff, throw down a mat with tape markers for your drums. right? And be the fastest band to get on and off stage, and every promoter will love you. You know, work on your playing for sure, but if you can do that, man, promoters will love you.
So mostly what you guys were playing was metal, or what was mostly what you were part of?
That's what I was part of in the bands I played live. Mostly, I was in a cover band once, but most everything I did was some form of metal. We did pretty all right for the subgenre, but and then when I taught all sorts of stuff. I had students that were into everything from like the Beatles and blues, like John Lee Hooker, whatever, you know, all sorts of things. And luckily enough, or thankfully enough, I like a lot of different music, so I could get into it with them. Yeah.
Did you do vocals too, or just play guitar?
No, I didn't do vocals, man. I can't sing for the life of me. I mean, I struggle with Johnny Cash and his 4 notes that he does. I find that very, very hard to do.
Well, you got that Johnny Cash kind of voice a little bit, you know.
I can kind of fake it just a hair, just a little bit, but it's not good. I never got really good at it. Stringed instruments, I could play drums, but my thing was guitar. I could do that all right. Everything else, I would spare people.
I wish I had musical talent like that, you know, man. I did. I think I did take some guitar lessons when I was a little kid that my parents brought me to and stuff. And I just was not the kind of kid that would practice and all. So they would drop me off for the lesson, and I probably hadn't practiced anything all day. All week I'd just been, you know, playing sports outside. And the hippie that was being paid to teach me with he just would basically, I'd come in for my lesson. He would just tune the guitar the whole time, and I'd just sit there.
Oh man, right?
Big waste of money, but I guess I don't blame him.
What Van Halen song would I play? I don't know. Unchained was one of my favorite ones, but there's so many, man. There's so many. Oh my God. Favorite metal band. Holy. Oh, that's so brutal. I don't know. If I had to just cop out, I'd probably shoot right for Sabbath because of the wellspring that they were. I don't know, man. You know what? I'll say this. I'll say Judas Priest for one reason. Their first album was a rock and roll album, and I loved listening to that weird period of time. It was in the late 70s into the early 80s when heavy metal really didn't have its marching orders. You know what I mean? It didn't really know what it was yet.
So those were like the fathers of heavy metal, right?
There's this really weird, bizarre, missing link era of metal where it was like rock into hard rock into what we now know as metal. But Priest had the whole evolution that I really like. So their early albums were cool to me. But it's a hard question, man.
I was my first year in high school was 1980. So that was the music that I grew up with, you know, first. So before that, when you're in like the 7th grade to the late 70s and you're just listening to this stuff on local radio. And actually my next door neighbor was big into music, and his favorite band was a band that I wasn't into, was Kiss. But I remember he was big into that. He thought they were like the gods of rock. And
like Strutter and Cold Gin. I like some of their early stuff. Yeah. Just fun stuff.
Yeah, I just was never into the Kiss thing. But, you know, I remember hearing Led Zeppelin for the first time when I was like in the 7th grade, and somebody we were out hanging around some area, and some kid had a boombox out. And that was the first days of the boombox. You know, you'd walk around playing music.
Giant D batteries in the back weighed like 30 pounds. Yeah, man.
And he was playing Black Dog from Led Zeppelin. I can still remember that moment, like when I heard that. And I was like, what is that? That is the greatest thing I've ever heard. You know, that's how I felt about that when I heard that.
The drums on, I never got super deep into Zeppelin, but I will tell you the song that just attached itself to my brain. I can hear it if I think of it, is When the Levee Breaks.
Yeah.
I love that song because it's got that blues vibe, and the drums sound like King Kong. They're huge drums, man. I love that sound.
I ultimately came to, I still think that's probably my favorite band, but I ultimately came to like Led Zeppelin 3, that album, better once I got a little older and got to get all the albums. But I think the Immigrant Song and things like that, I know, I just,
Oh, it's
love the
amazing
sound of
stuff,
that.
man. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Am I Gen X? I think, yeah, I think I count as like just on the ass end of Gen X, I think.
Yeah,
I
when I
believe.
think so. So I'm 59. I don't know when exactly the cutoffs for these things are.
Yeah. I think
so
I'm
am I
like
Gen X?
at the end of the cutoff, I think. I believe so. I think you are. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Gen X. Does that mean I'm Gen Twitter?
I don't know, man. I don't feel like I am. I don't really feel the Twitter thing so much.
I never
I'll
used
take
it.
a look,
I had an account set up a few years ago, but I never used it until this case. And just
right.
It at some point early on in so this case really began when Turtle Boy's article came out on April 18th of 2023. That's when it really became into the public consciousness.
Right.
Say what you want about Turtle Boy, but that's just the truth. And initially, a lot of the public debate was going on in Facebook groups, but they were kind of flocking one to each side. So you had groups on one side and groups on the other. And really, most of the groups were just on the pro Karen side. And I set up a Reddit group, and I got booted eventually because it became pro Karen Reed, and they got rid of me.
Oh, they ousted you in your own.
They ousted me.
Your
Yeah,
own
my own
zone?
group.
Wow.
But initially, it wasn't really getting a lot of activity, anyways. And that at some point, at least I became aware of it. Say fall of 2023, the conversation went to Twitter, and it was better there because it was at least you could kind of see both sides. It wasn't like just Facebook was you're stuck in one page or the other. So that's why it ended up more the conversation on Twitter, and some of the angry conversation ended up there too. A lot of it could get nasty, but
right.
So that's when I started I wasn't really using Twitter before that. Yeah.
I mean, I've pretty much I'll get things pointed out to me or shown to me that's off of Twitter. I know that there's a lot going on out there, but it is pretty brutal. It's pretty horrible, man. Like, I don't know.
So just to let people know, so we're waiting here. There's a discussion. So the jury has already been sent to deliberation, and there is going to be I'm not sure if it's a motion or something similar to that. The defense has put out, and they're in the process. The judge is reviewing it, and they're making sure she has the right one. They had implied to be 10 minutes, but as you know, anything in this court, 10 minutes usually means a half hour. So we're waiting on that. But then after that, when it goes to deliberation, I'm going to begin discussing the Karina Homer case. And I have a special guest that'll be coming in sometime around 10 or 10:30. So this case is probably Boston's or Massachusetts' biggest unsolved murder case. Seems to be more out of the public consciousness lately, but it'll eventually come back in. So this was a 20-year-old Swedish nanny, pretty girl, who she came over from Sweden to work as a nanny. She had no experience of that before, like any of them. It's a way to come to this country and get to spend some time here. And so she came over through an agency that was basically unlicensed. So this becomes part of the story too. And so she's here for a few months. She's staying with a couple that lives in Dover. So the wife was a famous artist, and the husband was a famous photographer, and they had kids. And so she was brought in as an au pair to take care of the kids. And at some point, something went wrong. And I don't know if I think maybe she was planning to stay for 6 months or a year or something, but she decided she wrote letters to her friends saying something terrible had happened and she was going to go home earlier. But she didn't tell them what. She said, "I'll tell you when I get home." So she still had not gone home yet so the person that she worked for owned a loft in Boston, and he gave her access to use it on the weekends. So she had other friends that she had made here. I don't know if maybe they were other Europeans, and they would meet at this loft and then go out partying, go out to the local pubs. She had and nightclubs and that kind of thing. She had a fake ID. And on one particular night, they went to a place that they would normally go. And this is in 1996. And they would go to this place called the Alley. Now, I lived myself in Boston in, like, say, 1993, 1992, 1993. And I occasionally went to this area too. It's called the Alley, and it's right across the street from the Boston Common. And it's basically just a street. And there are several bars and clubs on this street. And there was one particular bar that was called Zanzibar. And this was popular with the Europeans. And she was there that night and was loaded. And so at one point, the bar asked her to leave because she was loaded. And she did leave. So typically, it was not unusual for her and her friends to arrive there together, but then go their own ways. Somebody might hook up, for example. And so she left the bar, and she's outside. There are some witnesses that see her, and we'll get more into that. And maybe around 2, she may have tried to come back into the bar, and there's witnesses that show that. And there would have been police details on at most of these bars out there. And she was rumored to be dating a cop, Boston cop. And there are various accounts of last sightings of her. One is possibly even as late as 3 a.m. at a store 24. But then she's gone. Well, she's found the next day, or half of her is found. Half of her torso is found in a dumpster by a homeless guy who's fishing through the dumpster looking for stuff that might be interesting of him. And half the upper half of her body is found in a big plastic garbage bag. No other parts of her body. So the lower half was never found. So she had been cut in half by an industrial saw, is what was concluded.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, like an electric saw. Mm-hmm. And she had been bathed. She had been washed. Her body had been washed. And so these are some of the clues as to what happened to her. There were also signs that she had been strangulated, ligature marks on her neck.
Right.
And nobody's ever been charged. It's not even come close to that. As far as we know, there are no suspects. There are people of interest, and we'll go over some of that. But this is an unsolved case that goes back to 1996. And so what we want to do is go over this case over the next several days, and maybe a little bit over the next several weeks, and keep it in the public mind. And what we're hoping for is that people will come forward to us if they know something. If you have any kind of a tip of something that if you lived in Boston at that time. And I moved from Boston in the end of 1993. So I was not in Boston at that time. So no, I'm not a suspect. But you know, with many of these cases, they really aren't solved unless somebody from the public comes forward. Mm-hmm. So if somebody comes forward to me with information on this, I will obviously pass this on to the Boston police. I'm not an investigator of any kind. I'm just an idiot with a YouTube channel. So, but I will do the right thing with any information that comes forward. If that information seems silly to me, I'm not going to bother the police with it. But if it seems potentially something they'd be interested in, then I will. I'll send it to them, and they'll know what to do with it. But the case remains unsolved. And the person I'm bringing on later is not a witness. It's not exactly a tip that he's bringing forward, but he experienced something that could potentially be an angle worth exploring. There's a bar that's I'm not sure if it's in Boston or it might be in Cambridge, that's called Man Ray. And this was open at the time, and then it closed, and now I believe it's open again. And this bar is kind of dedicated to kink. I'm not even sure if that's the best word. This is what my guest told me a little bit. I don't know anything about this world, and my guest knows a little bit about it, and he had told me about it. So on certain nights, it might be it might be dedicated to gay crowd. Other nights, it might be to latex. Other nights, it might be to fetish. And this crowd so they, like any bar that has their own regulars, they would develop their own kind of core group. And some of these people would continue the parties after Man Ray closed at night at this scene of partying that was that took place in the lofts, a handful of these lofts, and maybe one in particular. And this is where, like I said, this is where Karina used to stay. and her body was ultimately found very close to one of these lofts too. So he's going to come in and talk a little bit about this lifestyle, and we're going to keep going over this over the next few days during jury deliberations, and hopefully people will come forward with some tips, some useful information that we can bring to the Boston police.
For sure.
Was this an accidental murder, something involving kink that went wrong, that was unplanned? And then eventually they were trying to dispose of the body.
Right.
Was there something, was she caught up in pornographic industry, or, I don't know. I mean, and then there was an attempt to hide the body.
Yeah, there was. It sounds like they attempted. Yeah, I mean, they cleaned the body, and that's pretty wild.
And one of the articles I read, ultimately, this did go for analysis to the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit, the profilers. I think it's called the Behavioral Science or Behavioral Analysis Group. I forget exactly. Jen Koffeneffer has interviewed. She is friends with some of the people from that group, and she has had them on her channel. And we'll see in one of the articles that we don't know what their full analysis report was, but they did say something to the effect that they thought maybe this might have been a first or a budding serial killer that stopped after this because they were afraid or were shocked by what happened. Interesting stuff. We'll see what we find on that. So as we explore this over the coming weeks, we'll see what we can find on that, and then hopefully someone will come forward. But that's an interesting idea that somebody, had some fantasy involving that, as most serial killers begin in the world in their own fantasies, right? Let's see. Let's see. Joe, our moderator, has something. I'm going to try to get this, but the chat keeps moving. Let's see. I can't get it there. I'm trying to click it on what she just said, and this is difficult. I'm not sure I'm going to get there.
Defense are seeking a change to charge 2. It's being reported. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get, and I just can't get there. All right. Let's see.
You reposted it too. There you go.
She reposted it. Thank you, Joe. Yeah. It's a she. Joe is a she. It's J-O.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Common mistake. Don't worry about it. Yeah. The chat window on the StreamYard for mine only shows like 3 comments, and it moves too fast sometimes to click on it. So defense are seeking a change to charge 2. It's being reported. So I don't know why this always has to happen in the middle of the trial. They had several days to change to seek this, right? So it's very annoying.
Oh, that's the way of their walk, though.
Yeah.
That'll be their rose. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see what kind of stunts they pull last minute. I don't think that'll be the end of it. I think Alessi's somewhere trying to find his box of nitrile gloves, getting ready to scream at us.
Yeah. So at some time in the next 5 or 10 minutes, Boomer, I have something that I have to go help somebody with, and then I'll be right back. So it's only going to take me about 2 or 3 minutes. So you'll have to carry the conversation or pick up your guitar.
No problem, man.
And keep them entertained. And
sure.
So our guest is actually in the waiting room, and his name is Jimmy. I'm not going to bring him on yet. Don't worry, Jimmy. I'm not going to bring you on yet. So I just wanted to tell the audience that he is ready and waiting to go. And so we'll probably about 10 o'clock, but we're going to wait and see with this. We're expecting the lawyers to return any moment, Jimmy, and they're going to discuss this. This defense is requesting some change in the charges of second-degree murder. Was it the second charge or this? Let's see, change to
second charge, I believe.
So that would be the OUI manslaughter. Yeah.
Caroline, I'm not hooked up to be able to play, so you'd be able to hear it. I apologize. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be very cool.
Yeah, there's some finagling I got to do with the audio to get that to work, but I could probably do that at some point. Prove that I can really do it. Like, you can't do a sweep arpeggio to save your life. Can too. I can too.
All right. So it turns out updated information that I have to give to you, Boomer. I'm gonna need your help
What's up?
even more than that. So
All right, what's happening?
when this happens will be about 30 or 40 minutes that I will have to step away for about 5 minutes. Now,
Yep.
during that time, that is when the guest will be on. So
Sure.
I'm putting the unfortunate burden on you to have to keep the conversation going with him, keep the questions
Oh, that's
going.
all right.
But you'll be able to do it. So you don't know the outlines
Sure.
of the case beyond what I just told you, but you'll have heard
Right.
enough to be able to ask him questions about it. So again, this was I remember this. I don't remember the specific names of the bars that I went into
Mhm.
in the alley, but I remember the way the scene would look. So at the end of the night, so the bars in Massachusetts close at 2. So it's going to be a different scene here than it is in, like, say, Chicago or New York, where the bars close in theory at 4, but they really just kind of, there's no they're not, no closing time is generally
They
enforced.
kind of fudge it to the next day. Yeah.
Right. So, but in Massachusetts, because they close at 2, any of the popular bars with the younger kids, as they get out, they're all still in party mode. So people are getting out. They're looking for after hours parties. They're looking to hook up or whatever. So when you have so at my bar, it would be the same thing. When at closing time at 2, 300 people would spill out into the street, and there's unless there's like really extreme bad weather going on, they tend to linger around. And this is when I would be out there with my staff and the police officers that would work for me to make sure there's no fights, and we'd have to be watching a pretty wide area because a lot of the parking was a couple of locations up, and you see something starting and you run over and make sure it gets broken up. Because the thing about fights is if you get there early enough, they won't turn into a melee. But if you don't, they turn into a melee. So the alley would be one of those places where you had all these clubs and bars getting out at 2, and now they're all pouring out of several places into one area, this kind of side street called the alley. And I can remember leaving there, and then you'd have all these drug dealers lining up in those streets too, who are all young black guys, and they're seeing who wants to buy coke. And it'd also be a certain percentage of them. There'd be black guys driving away in limos. In fact, there was one girl, I forget her name, a Jewish girl, that around this time got into one of those limos and ended up in a shootout and got killed because they were gangbangers, and they got into a shootout with another gangbanger, and she got killed. But I remember that scene, and you just kind of had to, you're leaving the bars, and you're walking through this gauntlet of people trying to sell you drugs and other people still partying. And it was, kind of a wild scene. I'm just trying to set that scene for people, because this is the circumstances that Karina Homer was hanging out in as she's drunk and as she's leaving that bar and hanging around outside. One of the suspects early on in this case was a man that is from the town that I live in now, which is about 20 minutes north of Boston, who was in his 30s at the time, I believe, and he would show up with his dog. He would be dressed in a Superman outfit, and his dog would be dressing in a matching Superman outfit for the dog.
Okay.
And his purpose of going there was to try to pick up girls, even though he was like 35 years old. But having the dog was kind of a conversation starter, right? And he became a suspect early on because he was an odd character in other ways too. But he had a little bit of an alibi in that ultimately he got a speeding ticket on the way home, and so they ultimately, I believe, dismissed him as a suspect.
What a weird game.
So
that's a strange game, right? Like,
yeah.
Me and my Superman dog, like that's wow. What was the genesis of that idea? Like, where was dude when he thought that up?
Yeah.
What was that moment like?
Right.
Hey, Sparky, we're gonna dress like Superman together and go pick up chicks. All right.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess some people get out of the. I mean, I guess if you have 1,000 people getting out of the bar at one time, it's a matter of numbers. If 990 of them look at you as a creep, but 10 of them say, "Hey, this guy's pretty cool," suddenly the numbers in your favor.
I guess so, right? There's gonna be one weirdo that likes Superman and his super dog,
right?
Kind of deal, I guess. I don't know.
Someone that's just wasted enough, that. But
holy shit, that's a gamble, man. I don't know.
Yeah, so that was the scene outside the alley when all those bars are spilling out, and many of those places would have had police details on. And in this environment, there would have been also police details that that are assigned to those bars but weren't working that night, but would have been hanging around because there's girls in the area, and they might have been talking to these girls when they were working the night before at the door, because look, when you're a cop and you're at the door and you're in uniform, the simple fact is that girls do want to come up to you and flirt with you and talk to you and hang out. And the guy that we had at the door was a really nice guy. He was probably about 40 at the time. And they would like to take his hat and kind of try it on and play around with it and stuff like that. And he was very, nice guy. And they trusted him and he watched out for them. He wasn't someone that was flirting with them. He was married and had kids, but they like to kind of have fun with him a little bit. And he was a good guy. So, but that's the environment there. So it's
a lot of random characters floating around.
A lot of random characters on all sides. And, just a real mix of an environment. And, the staff is trying to also, at the end of a night, the way it's working in a bar is they're trying to clean up and restock the coolers as fast as they can, because the staff is also going to be younger people and they want to go to some after hours party generally.
Of course.
So they're trying to get cleaned up as fast as they can. And this is all. So if you were to walk back into one of those places, say at 10 of 2, when the place is just about closed, but not quite, it's, you're going to see all the bartenders running and the waitresses running around to restock the coolers and clean up the tables and sweep the floor. And, as they're pushing the last stragglers to the door, it's a unique environment. So that was kind of my world for about 20 years, but I didn't work in big nightclubs, but the capacity of my bar actually was we would have probably about 325 people in there at that time.
That's healthy.
So we weren't a huge place, but we weren't a tiny place.
No, you weren't like a hole in the wall either, right? Like I remember we would play shows. Some of them would be kind of like you'd play the place because it was like culturally relevant, right? Like it was a small hole in the wall, but it was the one that everybody went to. So we'd play places that had like 100 capacity, right? And then myself, I didn't do any festivals or anything really big and cool and gnarly. So like I think I capped out around the 500-600 venues around there. But 300's healthy, man. That's a decent floor.
And those little hole in the wall places, those are my kind of places.
They're interesting.
I'm not the kind of guy that's going to be going, getting all dressed up, duded out, and going into a fancy nightclub with lasers and hanging out in there, and John.
Come on, lasers are cool as hell, though. Lasers are cool as hell.
Yeah, it's just not my kind of place, I wouldn't thrive in that kind of a place at all.
Me either, dude. No. Dr. Russell's Limo asks, can we talk about the TB deleted tweet? Meow. Have you heard of the TB deleted tweet?
No, what is it? Now you got my interest.
Yeah.
Dr. Limo.
Maybe chat can help us out a little bit with that one.
Yeah,
There's an infamous dirty delete tweet. All right.
Tell us what you got. Or send us a link, and we'll if there is a link, because I guess maybe there might not be if it's deleted, but
show us what you've got. Yeah,
give us what you got, and we'll bring it up.
Me, the deleted tweet, I could take a peek at it. I'm sure somebody I know has it. I'll keep my eyes open for that.
So, Jimmy, as you can see, we got to kind of be flexible during deliberation. It's a little bit of a different time. Usually, we have a larger panel here, and some of them might pop in and out, but so right now the jury is deliberating, and that's got to be a fascinating process. Is it contentious? Are they already broken into sides? Are they meticulously going over pieces of evidence? Wouldn't you like to be a fly on that wall, right? And see what's going on. And so what's going to happen, Jimmy, is I have something that's showing up here at the house that I have to help with. It's going to take me at the most 5 minutes. And so that's going to happen while you're on, and Boomer will carry the conversation with you. And Boomer's just learning now. Boomer's in Canada, so he's not a Massachusetts person. So he is just learning now about the Karina Homer case. Someone said, I thought Kevin responded to the case. Well, I mean, to the tweet. That's possible, but I don't remember it. So I'm not sure what exactly the tweet is or what you're talking about.
I just got it sent to me, and no, I'm not from Boston, but my family did land there around 1630. So I do trace back to there, but I'm not freshly from there.
This is the moment where I have to leave. So it came early, so that's good. So I'm going to leave, and you're in control, Boomer.
Oh no. What will I do? What will I do? Now we can say all the bad words, right? Let's go ham. All right, I'm taking a peek at this tweet here that I believe has been deleted. It's been told to me it's been deleted. I haven't personally verified that, but the person that sent it in good faith, and I believe that this would be the case. It appears that he's highlighting one of the people that work for the Netflix documentary. Basically, he points out that that they're no good and they have their own production company. Oh, okay. So he's highlighting this woman that works for a company that's doing the documentary with Netflix. They can't do a good doc without any of us. Okay. Oh, okay. They're out and about right now looking for Karen Reed supporters to interview. Don't fall for this. He's warning people not to speak to this person. So I guess he's putting a little bit of a target on their back. Okay. Yeah. He's warning people about I'm going to assume she's a producer. She's at least somebody who's working with the documentary that's going to be hosted by Netflix. Huh. Yeah, I could assume that he would have deleted that because it's a little on the threatening side. I'm just assuming that, or it could cause more problems with him with his own deal, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know if production companies really like it when you do that and you kick up dust like that. Masswell, where did Kevin go? He's off handling some business. He's going to be back in a few minutes. Yeah, I am currently in control. Dr. Russell's limo says, yes, the tweet is still on Grant's page, and I can't bring it up. I'm technically in control. I'm a proxy, but I can't. I don't have any of the levers. I can't post or control anything on the stream, unfortunately. But I will make sure that I engage with the chat here because you guys are going to save me, aren't you? Got faith in you. Never watched the Netflix documentary. Don't believe, Victoria. I don't believe the Netflix documentary in question here is done. I believe it's still being produced. Gypsy asks, is Matt okay? I believe Matt is okay. I don't know anything to the contrary. I'm sure he's okay. I'm wild with power, Jihad Gina. Yes, I'm losing what's left of my mind. The rush of power consumes me. Control. TB needs to meet Bubba. Alrighty. Hello, Kate. You come to save me?
Sorry, I
Gary
thought you were
Boomer.
and I was like, let me come help my friend.
I appreciate it.
Oh man, so we're on to deliberations now.
We are too.
I want to offer my opinion as to why Turtle Boy's tweet was deleted, by the way, about the documentary. I think that David Unetti probably got upset with him. It was like, please don't tag me and claim that we're partnering together while you're charged with 21 crimes in connection to my murder case. Probably wasn't happy about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes some sense. But now we got to assume that, Unetti is thinking clearly now all of a sudden. He's made some weird moves. I mean, the butt pat on camera that he gave the blogger there, like some of his behavior lends me to think that, he might not be with all his faculties. So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I think with what you're saying, you have to assume that he's stable in his brain. And I just don't know if that's the case at this moment. Did you manage to see the faces of the defense this morning?
I did not. How do they look?
Well, like I was saying, Little always looks like she was just beamed down to the planet,
Right.
right? She always has that fresh, like, where am I look, you know?
Right.
And she'll zone out in that Children in the Corn vibe. But this time there was, of course, that's her baseline, but she just looked, maybe it's just me, I don't know, man. She looked kind of gray, like she didn't look well.
Oh.
And I'm not assuming it's because they know what's coming. I'm wondering if they maybe overdid it on the weekend, you know, the
I would
shots of
assume so.
copium.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that Karen knows what she did, right? So, like, you know, it's
Right.
got to be jarring just to have to sit there and sit with it. Now, what the jury does, we just don't know. We just don't know. I guess it really is a test to see how effective this whole jury tampering plot is,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Hank Brennan already won, regardless of the verdict. He offered peace and compassion and solace to the victim's family. He
Mhm.
vigorously prosecuted this case with nothing but the facts. He offered vindication to all of you out there brave enough to stand against the mob and speak the truth, even when there's every reason not to. I think that he's pretty much already won here. And you know,
I
praying for
feel
a
that
just
way.
verdict, but you just never know. I mean, as long as it's an impartial jury, it's going to be very difficult for her to be acquitted. I'll put it that way.
I agree. I agree. And I think the more I think about it too, because it's I've had some time to, of course, we watched the closing again and to ruminate on it and to think about it, and maybe not ruminate might be the wrong word, but think about it. And yeah, the more and more I think about it, the way he projected that, it felt like no matter what, everything that needed to be said was said, and it was said in the best way humanly possible. And like I had mentioned, I felt like, from my vantage point, I felt like a weight was taken off of my shoulders. I felt vindicated. I felt very emotional
Right.
over that closing. And my second thought was, I can't imagine the family what they must be feeling. If I'm feeling this, then hopefully they're feeling some closure too, maybe for the first time. That was amazing what Brennan did.
Right. That's what I think that really offered us a lot of closure to say, look, after all these years of investigation, let me lay out for
Mhm.
you exactly what we found. And it paints a
Yeah.
very clear picture of what happened.
Right. And no matter what happens in the court of law, this has been said. Yeah. No. Brennan's a good guy. Let's see here. No chance she gets acquitted. Yeah, I don't see an acquittal. I really don't. I can't imagine an acquittal after this case.
I noticed on Twitter,
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
X. I'll call it X. I hate calling it X, but I guess that's what it is now.
Right.
I have a hard time with reality sometimes too.
Me
So
too.
it'll always
Maybe
be
that's why we're
Twitter to me.
pals.
Right. But on X, there's a shift now to where they're like, well, you know, she could be found guilty on just OUI, and like that would be
Oh,
okay.
really?
Like it's just
They're
that like
conceding that?
acceptance. Yes. Now they're like, well, you know, she could, you know, they could find her guilty on OUI, and that way her parents wouldn't have to go through another trial. And it's like that's just creeping towards accepting her accountability. And I'm sure that
Mhm.
this mirrors probably her own thought pattern because she's probably telling people this. It took a really long time for her to be able to even acknowledge that she's guilty of OUI, which she certainly is. That's really pretty indisputable. She's
Mhm.
clearly guilty of more than that too, but OUI is a good first step, Karen. Good for you, girl. Good for you. You're gonna at least. Well, maybe I shouldn't have been driving. Like,
I
great.
wouldn't
3
go
years
on the
later. Good.
freeway.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't. Yeah. God. That's
Liz and
amazing.
B is the same. Thank you. I stand with you in solidarity. It's Twitter. It's Twitter.
Right.
Turtle Boy has a rundown of every juror. He's pretty confident. I mean, sure.
He was confident last trial too, though, if anyone recalls his calling of it was, well, okay, first of all, he said absolutely with full passion and conviction, she will never go to trial. The feds are going to stop it, right? And on and on since then. So it went all the way from she's not even going to trial, you guys, to she's 1,000% factually innocent. She's going to be acquitted in 5 minutes. So just remember that was his take.
Yeah, there's
right?
been a lot of shift there. It went from that to, there's reasonable doubt to, well, maybe she's guilty of OUI, but that's it. Like, there's a big shift here, right? The fact of the matter is that nobody knows. Like, you're not inside the jurors' heads on any of it, right? So nobody really knows what they're thinking or what they're doing. It is highly unlikely that at this point she's acquitted. Highly unlikely. I would be absolutely shocked.
I'd say that's
another hung jury, not so shocked. Convicted, not shocked. Acquitted, it's just not happening.
Right. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it as a possibility or even on the table. Just my gut feeling, I think murder 2 has always been strongly on the table, but after Brennan's closing, it's a strong possibility. It is such a strong possibility that she gets murdered too, because that's the way I'm thinking. I feel like manslaughter OVI is a lock. But we'll see. Again, we never know. You never know. The more I watch court, the more with this case, other cases, the more I just watch the way things pan out. There's an element of chaos in there. You never do know. You can be surprised. So, but I think the most important thing is if the family gets any element of closure, and I believe that Brennan's closing did give that to a degree. So to me, I think that's the most important thing.
I just want to point out to everybody. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. A little chooch. She wants to speak. She's a little terror.
It's both of them, clearly.
Oh, is it? They're both gone? Oh, good. You got a choir. TV is live on Vinnie Politan. What? Not really that surprising, I suppose. I'm not the biggest Vinnie fan myself. I know Kate has opinions of Vinnie for sure. I think mine echo it for the most part. I'm not a fan of his. I think he goes where the money is, as we see with most folks. Yeah. Oh, no, what is that? Notabot is saying the motion to change verdict form has been denied. Victoria, how long have I listened to Vinny? Since he started covering this case, I never really watched him prior to that. I think.
Oh, is Vinny platforming someone who hates murder victims' families?
Yeah, apparently, TB is on Vinny, walking around. I don't know to what degree. Like, is he interacting with Vinny, or is he just on Vinny's camera? I don't know. But he's giving him airtime nonetheless.
What I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted by my dogs is that I think everybody should take Turtle Boy's jury impressions with a grain of salt. Because this is the same guy who over the years 1,000,000 times has had big public meltdowns of people like, I thought they were my friend, I thought they were my supporter, right? So maybe his judge of character and impressions on people isn't that good. Just saying, because it seems to bite him in the ass a lot. So
Moi says Rumpel of the Bailey from Canada is also major disappointment. I just wanted to read that and tag on to that. I didn't watch a lot of Rumpel, but I will say that when Rumpel was covering a lot of the ridiculous, my opinion, sweeping firearms bans in Canada, I did watch some of his coverage on that, so I am a little disappointed myself too. Because I did watch a little bit of him prior to him jumping on the grift. I didn't know he was I didn't know he was for sale. It's a bummer.
Technically, they're all for sale. Unfortunately, I just
I
don't
know.
trust. Yeah,
I know.
I thought his name was Runkle.
Oh, you know what? I think it is Runkle. I read it as. Did you guys set me up? You know what? I'm going to call him Rumple from now on.
I was going to say everybody just call him Rumple now.
Just call him Rumple. Yeah, it's way better. You know what? I can't find the comment, but we're just going with Rumple. I love it. Yeah, I'm white. You did write Rumple. Right on. You got me. I'm sticking to it though. I like your version better. I like your version better.
Kevin, you got someone backstage. I don't know if can't hear you, bud.
You're muted there, Kev.
Let's see. This cable's is loose, so sometimes it comes disconnected, and I have to reconnect myself. You can hear me now, though, right? I assume.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. The rescue. We've got some things to deal with in the home frontier.
I know.
Both my parents are very ill, COVID pneumonia or something like that. I got through it with a lot less illness on this. I don't know. COVID, I guess, doesn't really hit me that hard anymore. The first time I had COVID was a hard one, and that was during the blizzard that John O'Keefe died in. And that was a tough one. But since then, when I get it, it tends to be a very mild.
Oh.
Sorry about that. Behind stage,
there you go.
Was actually Jimmy, who is in Washington, and he's a lawyer. But in the 90s, he lived in Boston. And so he is going to discuss, if we can hopefully get to it about 10:30, to the what he experienced in this particular nightclub scene that involved after-hours party at Lofts and near where Karina Homer was found, and the club Man Ray, which had a lot of alternative kink lifestyles, was the focus of that particular place. And so this is a wild case. This is Karina Homer, and so we're going to try to get to that. I talked to Jimmy on the phone last night, and my idea was, because of all the stuff that's going on here, I wanted to postpone. But he said it was best to just come on, at least start talking about it, and then you'll come back on some other show. So
sure,
we're going to do that if we can. But in the meantime, we're waiting. You know, the judge, we expected them back in. They were supposed to be going out for about 10 minutes. And now it's turned into an hour as usual. I don't know, maybe Alessi must be involved at some level, right, Boomer?
Oh, God, yeah. What?
Yeah. Did she mean they were coming back in 10 minutes, or that was more hang around within 10 minutes?
The 10 minutes. So when they're informed of something, they have 10 minutes to get back to the courthouse. So it was part of that. But I didn't get this, I don't know. I got the sense of both. So I'm not sure. She denied the request, Kevin. Oh, somebody's saying she denied it, but they didn't come on and talk about it, I guess, then. All right.
Yeah.
It is.
So how do we know?
Their green room.
So I guess we actually have not a lot of reason to wait around now, because there's nothing going on except for the deliberation. And so in a moment, I'll bring in Jimmy and we'll talk about the Karina Homer case. And just as I said, Kate, so what we're trying to do is keep an eye on, for whenever what will happen is we'll get word that the parties have been notified to return to court, and we won't know until the jury is brought into the room usually, and if they've come to a verdict, or if they just have a question,
right,
or if this wouldn't come this early, but at some point they may be handing the judge a note saying we're at an impasse, we just can't come to a conclusion here. And so we're obviously not going to stay live for all of this, but what we'll do is we all have our ears to the ground, and as soon as we hear something, last time we never had a problem. We were always managed to get back live well before the jury was brought into court. So hopefully that'll be the case this time. But we can't just sit around waiting live all the time.
Of course not. Well, I was going to say, I'll probably jump and let you talk to Jimmy about, not that I just don't have a lot to offer the conversation, honestly, because I'm not familiar with this case, and I'll continue to keep. So if I pop back on here, you'll know that.
Yeah, that's okay. And we are planned it for 10:30 anyway. So we have time if there's anything else you want to discuss about the Karen Reed case in the meantime. What was the question that I had to leave? What was the question that they were looking for in chat? Did you find that, Boomer? The turtle boy had posted something and deleted it. What was?
Oh, it was a deleted tweet.
Was it about the Netflix thing?
Yeah. I suspect that David Yannetti was probably unhappy with being tagged and said that he's in a partnership with him while this, jury is deliberating on this murder case that Turtle Boy has, 21 charges or whatever is in connection. Right. So that was probably not a good look for David Yannetti. He probably didn't want that out. Would be my guess.
While in that same series, Turtle Boy is threatening anybody who speaks to this Netflix interviewer.
Right.
And so he's threatening people from his side and saying, and people have to understand, this is essential Turtle Boy. And Kate knows it better than anybody. Boomer knows it a lot better than me too, but I've seen it throughout this case. Turtle Boy will threaten anybody who tries to leave the reservation. You're not allowed to have questions. You're not allowed on your own to speak to somebody from Netflix.
Right.
Or he's going to destroy you. Doesn't matter how many times you have demonstrated for him or for Karen Reed. If you violate his orders, he's going to destroy you. What does destroy you mean? He's going to find out anything he can and destroy you in social media. And this is how he tries to silence any debate.
Right.
Do I have that? Right. Do I have that right, Kate? Or
no, you're right. Absolutely. There's
That's pretty much on the nose, Kevin.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There can be no dissent.
Right.
Yeah. And this is not something that has evolved. So I have screenshots of other reporters and stuff like that going back to when Turtle Boy first became Turtle Boy Sports and was becoming a thing and involved a lot with the Worcester Telegram and Gazette, Worcester's chief newspaper. And he was using this tactics right out of the gate of trying to control people through the threat of social media smear. So it's not like he started out as a good guy just seeking the truth and evolved in that direction. No, this is who he is. This is at the heart of who he is. This is the basis of his power, is to try to threaten people because nobody wants to be smeared in social media. So this is who he is. This is who they are. This is what they do. This
I was going to say, and that's what most likely why he was sought out by Karen Reed, just so that we're clear of those tactics. Yeah,
exactly right. So what's going on with this Netflix thing outside the court? Do you know anything on that, Kate?
Kevin.
Anything that you can say?
No.
Our audience is thirsty for knowledge, so anything.
But you sign some stuff and you're limited.
All right. So I think it sounds like, and I don't have any connection to this documentary at all. I'm not in it. I don't have any connection to it. So I haven't talked to Gretchen Voss in many, many months. So I'm just guessing that this is, if you're doing a documentary, you kind of want both sides, right? So even, for instance, as me and Kate are working on a book on this case, I have reached out to certain people on the other side, and I don't want to sandbag them. I want to hear their side. I want to hear why they feel so passionately about this case, to be out there demonstrating and stuff like that. And if they, for those that are willing to talk to me or to us, we would be appreciative. And the last thing we would ever do is try to frame what they say in some way that would hurt them, because we'd feel appreciation that they took the time to speak to us. So not at all. In fact, it just makes us feel, it gives you a sense more once you meet someone, if they are a decent person, and there are decent people on the other side, you feel more the humanity. They might be someone that, yes, we disagree with how maybe some of their behavior, but certainly their opinions on this case, but yet we know they also love their grandkids, or, they love their kids. And there's a side of them that is just a regular, decent human being. So we don't want to, we're not, and I'm assuming the Netflix reporter is the same thing. They just want to get the other side. What is driving people that are so passionate about this, that they want to be out there demonstrating for Karen, and they look at her like she's a Hollywood celebrity when she shows up in her limo? What's in their mind when they see this stuff? So I'm just guessing, but I'm assuming that that's all Netflix would want, and they would want that. So again, I don't know. I'm just guessing, but
I would assume
all right.
so. I would assume you're right. I mean, they want all angles. They're trying to do a quality production, right? They're not trying to just do some flimsy, hit piece or whatever. That's I don't think that's their aim. I think the goal is to make a decent documentary. So yeah, of course you can explore all sides and angles. Make sure you didn't leave anything behind, and then whatever is the most relevant makes it in, and the rest is on the floor.
Right.
But yeah.
Right.
You gotta ask questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And even if you think somebody's wrong, it can be interesting to explore, like you're pointing out there, why they think what they think. What is their rationale? Whether you believe what they believe or not, their rationale might be interesting to you.
Right. I'm going to pull up Karina's picture. Again, I didn't have time to prepare, just with all the stuff that's been going on, a proper presentation for you guys. I apologize for that. Just as we continue talking about the Karen Reed case and the Netflix documentary. So yeah, you want both sides. So just for example, there was a wealthy couple that drove all the way up from Florida because they believed so passionately in Karen Reed's innocence, but they were obnoxious enough to open the door of D&E Pizza and start harassing Chris Albert on the inside. What is it? So I am interested to talk to people like that too. What makes them tick? You're from Florida. You're not anywhere near Canton. You're not even near New England. But you feel this passion that makes you want to drive up and actually harass someone who is, accused of being part of a conspiracy, but where there's literally no evidence at all. I want to know what makes that person tick. I'm fascinated by it. I want to know what kind of person can go in and throw a rubber ducky into Chris Albert's store that accuses his son of being a murderer. What kind of person does that? Do you feel any kind of remorse or guilt about doing something like that? I am kind of fascinated to what makes those kind of people tick.
It's definitely the hive mind at work. I think to me, it's a few elements, and it's a mixture of those elements to a greater or lesser degree, right? I think at the base level, this is entertainment for them, right? Because of, say, Twitter, let's just say the internet. The internet gives them another avenue of interactivity, right? So it's not that you're just watching a story or you're listening to it. You're interacting with it. So I think this interactivity and the narrative becoming like in their eye a rich story, I think is a draw for probably most of them. I think from there you step down into the next layer, which would be less of them, but still a great amount of them, where it's a conduit for socializing.
Yes,
a lot of these
making
people,
friends.
Yeah, if you take a look at the crowds, like sometimes I joke, I'll say they look like they were fired out of the Henson puppet studio. That they're wild and crazy shaped people. But I mean,
crazy shaped.
That's just kind of a loose way of saying,
oh man,
wackadoos unite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're a wackadoo in your small town, maybe you dress up as Superman with your dog and try to pick up chicks. I don't know. But that kind of dude probably has a small social scene, right? I'm assuming, but this is a conduit where they can connect, you know what I mean? Like moths to a flame, like, ooh, they converge, become social. And then I think maybe, I don't know to what degree or what level or of the populace that this would account for, but I think a large contingency of these people, it's like almost like a form of political protest, because this conspiracy has tapped into, to oversimplify it, both wings of the same bird politically. And this is a Canadian's opinion of America, right? You got your left and your right wing, and both sides have their own grievance with the state / tyranny / law enforcement. There's a lot of contention going on around that. And depending on what flavor of it is, it'll appeal to one side of the aisle. And what I will sort of hat tip to as far as social engineering goes is that this movement really did appeal to both sides on that populist angle of, anger and ire towards either the state and or law enforcement. So I think some of these dingbats see this as an opportunity to strike back at the machine in their way. So they think that the crooked state's covering up for these killers, and if I harass the killers, that's getting justice because I'm fighting the crooked state. It's mass mind control, it's social engineering, it's as old as time too. This is not a new thing. It's just new as in the internet element of it, that immediacy. That's new.
Right. No, it's good. It's interesting. And what you just pointed to is something I find fascinating, that it seems like some of the drivers of passionate opinion that drives people on the right and drives people on the left seems to be mixed here, right? And some of those things that drive people to go into the conservative side are present here. And there are a lot of Trump believers that are passionately believe in Karen's innocence. But there's also people from the left that have kind of slightly different angle on it, you know? So, you know, I don't know, someone like Mike Crawford from Young Jerks, he's a leftist, but I'm not sure if he actually is driven. He may be just exploiting this, and there may be no beliefs driving this, just except trying to get his view totals up. But very hard to say, you know.
I would guess that's my opinion on him is it's absolutely it's two parts for him in my opinion. One part is like you're hitting on there, which is monetary, right? He wants those numbers. The guy used to get like 15 people in a live stream if he was lucky, and half of them were family. Okay. Yeah. And now, right. So he's doing it for that. I think the other part of it is, and it was evident when he tried to be impartial, and there's that moment where he goes, and now they're threatening me in chat.
Yeah.
I think fear has motivated him as well. So it's a little bit of like, get in your corner and do what we tell you. And him saying, yes, sir. Right. As well as, ooh, I can also enrich myself. I think it's both.
Kate, you still have that video that you were able to find of the one that Mike Crawford took down, right? The one that
it is archived and it will exist.
Oh,
it will exist forever.
That's
correct. I have told Crawford in Twitter, you know, a couple of times, and periodically I'll tell him when he'll come out and say something stupid about me. I'm like, you know, Mike, we can get that one video where you promised to be objective, and the only video that you've ever probably deleted in your channel's history, maybe and probably your most watched video. You've deleted it, but we can get it back to you if you want. If you want to put that back up there, you know.
Oh, I'll put it. Do you want me to put it back up? I'll put it on my channel.
Sure.
No, just if you can, if you want. But I'm saying if
you could at any time, it's been archived.
I love challenging him with it, where it's like, Mike, why don't you put up the video? What are you so ashamed of in that video? Is it the fact that you promised to be objective? Is that the part that you're ashamed of? Why did you pull this video down? And do you feel any regrets about that? Because we can put it back for you anytime. We can send you the video, and you can put it back on your own channel. You can put it on your own channel, right back in that slot where it belongs.
Send it right back to you.
Yeah. Would you like to put it back? You know, because I guess he was saying someone sent me a clip. He was talking with Nan, the other crazy lawyer that hangs around drinking with Turtle Boy as she's helping him pick up new charges of witness intimidation. He's telling her that they're all giddy on Saturday, thinking that Karen's about to be acquitted. And he's saying, this is your last chance, Kevin. You got 1 day left to come out and say that Karen's innocent, because if you don't, it'll be too late after that. And we've archived everything that you've ever said, and we're going to throw it right back in your face. And he says, for instance, talking about the X-rays, and that was the only thing he mentioned. So apparently, that's the only thing they have on me, is that I falsely believed, as did everybody, that there were no X-rays. And, you know, that's all they got. But I'm like, you know, Mike, we got, you know, the one video, we got it. We can put it back for you anytime you want to. You know, you kind of neutered yourself. Yeah, we can give you your testicles back if you want them.
No, I'm going to pull it. I'm going to post it on my channel today.
This is a gift to you, Mike, from Kate.
I know. I really appreciate, you know, like one thing that Mike and I have in common is our love for dogs. Clearly, I can't stop rescuing them. He professionally walks them, so I respect him at least for that. And so I don't want his work to be buried, you know, I want it to be out there. And so it's really unfortunate that he deleted a video, but I'm happy to put it back up for him. So
and as you said, when you covered that video months ago, that first, whatever it is, 15, 20 minutes, he came across as incredibly you know, reasonable,
principled.
Yeah, he sounded like it for that's the only time he did, and he took that video down, you know, under Turtle Boy's threat. So
yeah, we'll put it back up. It's fine.
I don't take any of my videos down. Some of my videos are embarrassing, and one of them in particular, Chris Albert and his family could probably sue me, but I don't take it down. Right. I leave it up there. It's like those are my mistakes, warts and all, and you can look at it. I'm not proud of how I acted on the video when I had the meltdown episode with Turtle Boy, the so-called meltdown episode. I'm not proud of it at all, you know, but I leave it up there because it's part of the record. It's who I am. and
right.
I'm willing to apologize for it and grow from it and move on, but I'm not trying to hide it. You know?
Well, I think they're waiting. They think that a not guilty verdict, which again I can't stress enough. I believe there is a 0.1% chance of that happening. I acknowledge that a hung jury is a possibility, and I acknowledge that, as should they, that a conviction of some sort is a possibility. Acquittal, there's just too much evidence. But they think that like somehow an acquittal is like this magic bullet that suddenly makes Karen Reed innocent. Like you can't erase what happened, no matter what a jury decides. This is really, and they haven't been hiding this. Nick Rocco, Turtle Boy, I'm sure Mike Crawford too. They have all repeatedly said, we are trying to get to the jury pool. You'll never get 12 jurors. We're trying to get to the jury pool. You'll never get 12 jurors. We're trying to get to the jury pool. So this is really a test as to whether or not this egregious level of jury tampering is effective or not. It's not a question of her guilt or innocence at this point, because the truth is the truth. And we've all sat through this trial together. We've heard all the evidence. We listened to Hank Brennan's brilliant closing argument. We've heard Karen's own statements, the whole 9 yards. It is abundantly clear there is a straight line between John O'Keefe's death and Karen Reed's culpability. It is nearly unassailable. So I don't understand why they think that there's some sort of like that anything other than Karen Reed's freedom and the O'Keefe family's justice and peace is at stake here with this question of the verdict, because it's not. And the question really is, are there jurors in there that are willing to put justice and the O'Keefe family's peace and closure below Karen Reed's social media apparatus? That's the only question right now. So
yeah, but certainly, and that's true. You know, an acquittal vote is not a vote of saying that she didn't do it. It doesn't mean that John was murdered in the house. It just means that the jury wasn't convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. Obviously, it would go a long way towards vindicating them for their approach to having a PR campaign. And but at the end of the day, I would say that PR campaign would be proven to be worthwhile if you get a mistrial, because that means you've managed to get one or two jurors that slip through the cracks. But if you get 12 jurors to agree on acquittal, I would say that that's more an indication that the state just didn't present a convincing case. And you know, that's not a knock on Hank Brennan, the prosecutor, because he has to go with the evidence that he has. And so it may be that certain parts of it weren't convincing, you know, so we're not going to analyze that until we have a decision here. We'll see what happens. I agree with Kate that it seems to me incredibly unlikely that you would ever get 12 people to agree here. There's just on an acquittal. There's just too much evidence against this. And just if you have logical people that boil it down to the simple level, this, you know, you have the impossibility of planting evidence based on the timeline, and you have physical evidence that matches to Karen's car in a way that's undeniable, and then there's the data. So it does seem to me unlikely that would happen, but who knows, right? We've seen Casey Anthony in other cases, O.J. Simpson, obviously all different, very different cases, but
it was very different circumstances. Yeah, and again, you know, I would just challenge that if they get another hung jury, it means their approach is successful. How much money is going through the same trial over and over again really worth to you? You know, is it really a good investment on Karen Reed's part if she just has to do this over and over and over again? I don't think it is.
Well, she's staying out of jail, and if the idea is at some point the state will stop bringing it to trial, then she wins. So well, we'll see. Time will tell. All right, so I'm going to the goal would bring into Jimmy at 10:30, so I'm going to stick with that goal, and I just want to spend a couple minutes talking again about the Karina Homer case. And again, I'm sorry I didn't have time to put together a more effective presentation. This is Karina on the screen now in front of you. And so this crime is probably New England's most famous cold case. And Karina was 20 years old at the time. The town that she grew up in Sweden had a population of 100. So she's from a very small village in Sweden.
Tiny.
And she won some kind of a lottery or a scratch ticket in Sweden at the time. It wasn't some big amount, but it was enough to pay for her. I think it might have been like $1,700 or something. It was enough to pay for her to say, I can afford to travel to the United States. And so there were a lot of young Swedes like her that were going through agencies to travel to the U.S. and work as nannies. And so now there were agencies that would, the legitimate agencies that were licensed, that would arrange for people to get work as au pairs, as nannies to come over. This one was not. And this particular couple that hired her had gone through 6 other nannies beforehand. And while I don't know for sure, one of the clues, a possible clue here that we can look at, so you're always going to look at any unusual thing in a case, in an unsolved case, and see if it might be meaningful. Now, it doesn't mean, so it's going to, what you're going to do is, it's good. You're going to speculate. Speculate is perfectly legitimate. It's what you do when you form a hypothesis. And what you do when you form a hypothesis, though, is you're trying to eliminate that once you form it. This is what science does. You form, and if you can eliminate that, then if you can falsify it, is the scientific word that they would use, then you know that that's not quite the angle. And so we're going to look at, there are several unusual things to look at in this case. And one of them would be, why is this particular couple hiring? Why are they working through an unlicensed agency? It could be as simple as maybe they end up getting, maybe it's more affordable. Maybe you get cheaper nannies that way. I don't know. But there could be other reasons too, and we'll get into that later. But it does require us to speculate a little bit. But the goal is not to have wild speculation. The goal when you make these speculations is to ultimately falsify it, so you can disprove that angle and try out some other angle. Right. Yeah. And eventually you might, ideally, when you've eliminated all the angles that you come up with, except for one that you can't eliminate, that might be what happened. That might be the truth. So she's 20 years old and she comes over. This couple lives in Dover, and the wife is a famous artist, and the husband is a professional photographer. His name is Frank Rapp. I believe, and we'll get into this, Jimmy can tell us more, but he is the one who reported to the police that the death might, when they found the body the next day, or half the body, he's the one that called the police. But when the police arrived at his house, he was burning stuff inside his dumpster. He had a dumpster there, and he was burning things in it, which is kind of strange, right? Right after your nanny's been found murdered. And it did. And now they eventually tested that material and concluded that none of it could be matched to anything that belonged to Karina, but it was also burned. So we don't know if someone was destroyed beyond. In addition, and Jimmy can tell us more about this too, but Frank had gotten some kind of permit to dispose of rubbish at the same time. So what is this suspicious? Now Frank also, this was a wealthy couple, and they owned a loft in Boston, in the area near where all this clubbing was going on. And they allowed Karina to use this loft on the weekends. And so with some of this lofts, there was a party style going on, and that's what Jimmy's going to talk about. He attended one of these kind of parties and met someone named Frank there, and he's going to talk about that. And so, was there a connect? Now, there's that I know of, no known reason to connect Karina to Man Ray or any of that kink lifestyle. But she was 20, and so who knows? And but there's no known reason for that. So again, we know that that half of her torso was found in a dumpster, and her body had been cut in half by an industrial electric saw, and her body had been washed or bathed beforehand. So what exactly was, and we'll find there are other clues here.
They never found the other half.
Right.
It was just the upper torso.
Right. All that was found was the upper torso. And so just a terrible tragedy, because she was going to be going home soon, ahead of schedule. She had written letters to friends in Sweden saying that something terrible had happened, but she didn't say what. She said she would explain it when she got home. And she never got to explain it because she never got home. So I'm going to bring in Jimmy now, and hopefully you're staying with us, Boomer, to meet him.
I can hang for a bit, sure.
Hey, Jimmy, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much, Kevin, and very good to meet you, Boomer, as well.
Likewise.
Yes.
Yeah, Boomer is in Canada, and
I am too. Don't hold that against
me. Jimmy reached out to me a couple months ago, and we've been talking about the case, ever since then. And we'll talk about how he became interested in it, and what goes in that. Before we want to just learn a little bit about you, Jimmy, tell us about yourself, where you're now, whatever you can or are comfortable saying, where you live, what you do for work now, your personal life. Just give us a quick snapshot of who you are.
Okay, thank you so much. And you can jump in. and guide me. But I grew up in the Boston area, Greater Boston, and I was living in Boston proper for a few years in the 80s. Remained in the Boston area throughout the 90s, and then moved into the Washington, D.C. area. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not a criminal lawyer. In my personal life, I do a lot in the creative realm. I love to have a great time with music and with theater, and this gives me an important perspective on this case, because this case, one of the things I love about this case is it's all about people with creative imagination. So it's about photographers and visual artists and people who work for bands. And one of the most beautiful things about this case is the creative imagination of Karina Holmer herself. Apparently she liked to create visual art, and she wrote beautiful poetry. And maybe at an appropriate point in time, I could read one of her poems. I've been a music director for a number of community theater productions, musicals, British pantomime. I've been involved in music hall and fringe theater activities, and I do a lot of other stuff with music. I've done some big band work, lyric opera, string quartet. I'm a carillonneur, and I used to play on the carillon in Andover, where you live, Kevin, when I was going to school there. So this gives me an important perspective on this case. And I do want to mention a few things. Kevin, you've mentioned Man Ray, and I'll be talking about Man Ray.
Jimmy, real quick before we get, we're going to go through that definitely. So bring us back to your life in Boston in the 90s at this time, or at the time that you were there, because you were not there at exactly the same time. And, you know, were you going to school? Just give us an idea about your life and who you were, a snapshot back then.
Okay, very good. So during the 1990s, I was usually single, usually not in a relationship. And I used to, well, I was working hard as an attorney, and I would like to go places by myself just to listen to good music, watch people, get a drink, talk to some people. So I'd go to a lot of places like the Rathskeller, or what was that place in Central Square where Little Joe Cook used to, the Cantab, that was a good place. And one of the places I like to go to sometimes on Friday nights and sometimes on Saturday nights was one of my favorite places, the Man Ray Club in Cambridge. And different nights at Man Ray appealed to different communities. Saturday nights were kind of a generic nightclub night. Friday nights were, most Friday nights were geared toward people in the kink community. Things like fetish and role play, those sorts of things. BDSM, which is an acronym for bondage, domination, and sadomasochism. But really, it's, you know, when you mention that stuff, people think about kinky sex, right? And Man Ray was really more about creativity and imagination. And so, you know, a typical night at Man Ray, you have people, say a Friday night at Man Ray. You'd have people doing regular nightclub stuff, you know, drinking, socializing, dancing, and you'd have a couple of little productions on stage. There's a little stage, and people would put on a role play scene involving choreographed with music, and people, and I sent you one. I found a recording of a typical scene from the 1990s. I can read the description of it if you're interested. So,
sure.
So I sent you this video. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. On the Man Ray main stage, two Gothic goddesses drag a beautiful sea creature to their silver-clad queen. When she approves, the creature is hung from the ceiling, on a rotating platform and wrapped in green plastic wrap. Okay, so I sent you that film that I was able to find online. So you'd have a couple
Yeah,
of.
I didn't see it. Just
It's
so
okay.
people understand. So like
Yeah.
I get a torrent of emails, and Jimmy, the first email that he sent me an email that he had done an extensive amount of research with a lot of articles, and I still have not gotten through that whole email. I mean, it's taken me a long time to try to get through it. So I figured I would try to go through that in order before I got to the subsequent emails, and I just can't get caught up. I just can't do it. It's just I'm never going to get caught up between this and other things I'm working on, and and just some physical problems that I'm having now. So just for instance, yesterday I had this problem where I fall asleep now, related to low blood counts, related to various treatments I've had. I fell asleep in my house 4 times in the chair, each time for over an hour. So I don't have the same ability to get through things as before. And there's a lot of material in what Jimmy sent me, and I just have not had time to get through it all. So I apologize, Jimmy. I would love to get that video up, but I can't. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is in that flood of emails. I can't get it up.
I understand completely. No, I was reading the description so that people would have a sense of what we're talking
I'd love to put it
about
up on the screen
with this Friday night crowd. So I want people to understand that these people in this Friday night crowd, they're creative people, imaginative people. They like to dress in fetish attire, but if you just dress in all black, that's the dress code. You wear all black head to toe, they let you in, which is what I would do. I don't have fetish stuff that I wear. But I wanted to give people a flavor for what it's like there at that nightclub. So I really liked that place. They had really great music. It was sort of a mix of industrial, techno, some goth, kind of stuff, but really some pretty obscure stuff, but interesting to listen to. So in any event,
can I ask you let me ask you a question on this, Jimmy. So within that crowd, and I'm getting the impression when you're saying that the vast majority of the people in that are not in any way dangerous or harmful. They're just creative types that are they're exploring. They're young people that are exploring different types of music and different aspects of sexuality, or some combination of those things.
Well, but not all young. I mean, you have a much broader age range than you would have at, for example, Zanzibar. Which is relevant when you hear about an older man at Zanzibar. But go ahead.
Right. So within that group that's very tolerant of different ideas and different forms of interests and stuff like that, could there be smaller individuals or groups that would be more dangerous, but just kind of find cover within that group?
That is not the impression that I have at all. So, okay, let me just say this. I believe that nobody from the Man Ray Club was involved in the death of Karina Holmer, and I have specific reasons for that. That's down the road during our discussion. So I really feel that this is not going to reflect poorly on the Man Ray Club at all. And I feel if I'm on the right track here with the information I will be sharing, if I'm onto something, I believe that people from the Man Ray Club will get the credit for resolving this case, because I'm somebody who was part of Man Ray during the 90s, and I'm coming forward, and if we can get other people who were involved in that scene to share information with us, we can maybe make a lot of progress. And in particular, I was completely unaware that I had any information relevant to this case for a long time, until I was reading something randomly earlier this year. And I think there are a lot of people who were also involved in Man Ray or Man Ray after hours activities, who similarly, they aren't aware of the relevance of what they know to this particular case. And also, you mentioned some specific names. I'll be talking about some specific people, and I just want to get out there. I know you're going to do your speculation, okay? But I want people to understand that my personal opinion is that these people are innocent. So I personally am of the strong opinion that Frank Rapp is innocent, Susan Nichter is innocent, John Zawiz is innocent.
And I'm certainly not, to be clear, I'm not suggesting they're not. I would never do that. And some of the speculation that we'll do is best done privately. So you're not going to do it on the air like this, because the very last thing you want to do is smear innocent people. And as you don't follow, I know you don't follow the Karen Reed case, but this is a big part of why I cover that case, is because innocent people have been smeared and hounded by a mob for, a couple of years now. And so, no, I won't be doing that either.
Oh, no. It's,
yeah.
And it's not meant as criticism of you. I just want,
no, we both want it out there. That we're not gonna do that.
I have, and it's for specific reasons, I have these opinions, and I want people to understand. Because I'm going to
and I also wanted to be clear too, that when I was talking about the Man Ray thing, Jimmy, let's see if I can find a way to explain this. It's not at all to blame that crowd or that Man Ray, because if you have a group of good people that are very innocent, might even be sometimes naive, a predator can find shelter within that group. That in no way blames that group. You know what I'm saying?
That's how I registered that, Kevin.
Yeah,
for sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I kind of agree. Sorry, to a degree. And I'll say this: I was never in a FET lifestyle, but I had enough friends who were. Some of the music scenes I was a part of, the industrial crossover with the black metal, the death metal. There's a real crossover, like you said, with artistic people, actors, performance artists, poets, the whole nine. It's mirrored in Canada as well, especially that era. And with that said, I could see Kevin's point of view. Like, it's not an indictment on that crowd. It's that. And this is a personal experience, because I knew a lot of these people. Like, I was adjacent to those scenes, right?
Boomer's a musician. Jimmy Boomer's a musician, so he knows that scene. But go ahead,
so you kind of like your friend circles are in other circles, and that's how I became familiarized with the fetish scene and the kink scene. And I would second your opinion on those people, at least here, that I was familiar with. A lot of them do have that sort of artistic flair, very welcoming, very inviting. And I think half the reason they were so inviting was that it's a very small scene per capita. It's not a large scene. It's an insular scene. It was described to me that these kind of scenes are put together so that people who have very particular likes can come together, because they are sort of in a minority. So they band together, and they're very welcoming because of that, because they know what it's like to be on the outside. So they create this little world. And I could absolutely see somebody with evil intent who is predatory to see that as an opening to get in there, not be from there, but to get in there as almost a hunting ground. Now, I'm just shooting that out in the dark.
Right.
I don't know.
Taking advantage of very well said. Taking advantage of their openness, the fact that they're open to other people coming into their community. And
they could see an entrance into that, not an indictment on the people who are already there. And no, I do not have a gimp mask, man. But if I did, I'd tell you proudly.
So please continue, Jimmy. I think we lost your mic. You got to hit your mic. Just hit reset on your mic or add yourself. You muted yourself accidentally, Jimmy.
Sorry about that.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and I understand.
Now you're not muted, but we can't hear you. So I'm not sure what went on with your mic, Jim.
All right.
I can kind of hear you a little bit. What are you using for a mic? Is it on?
I've got a.
There you go. I hear you now. Yeah. Are you using just?
Okay. All right.
Are you using just the laptop mic? Which, if you're using just the laptop mic, that's okay. Just you'll have to stay close to it. So try again. Just ask us how we're doing.
How's it now?
It seems to be okay at the moment. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. If it has a problem, let me know. So and I completely understand everything you're saying. My very specific reason for believing that nobody from Man Ray was involved, apart from the nature of the community, was that Karina Holmer, if she went to some sort of after-hours party of this community, she left Zanzibar with at least 2 friends, and those people haven't stepped forward to explain. And so you would think that if something happened there at an after-hours party of this community, that it would be one of the people that she arrived with from Zanzibar, not from Man Ray. So that's completely independent of the nature of the community, and I agree. These are very welcoming, friendly people that I encountered.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I was just getting a message. I check messages when they come in during the show because I never know if it might be something related to the trial, or it could even be someone's with a tip in this case, Jimmy. You know, that has happened to me before live. So thank you. So,
and if there are people who aren't in, hi, sorry. So if there are people who aren't involved or weren't involved in this community, but they have a friend who used to go to Man Ray, who are, people listening now, and they have a friend who, have those people, or those people should try to get those people interested, and so we can get information.
Right. Exactly. And I'm really grateful to Boomer to help explain what I just didn't explain as well, but that we're not at all casting aspersions on the Man Ray community at all. I know you're very sensitive to that, and that was not my intent at all. This is listen, I'm different kind of community, but I was a neighborhood bar guy, and they're all good people in there. And if somebody showed up off the streets and started hanging out in there and then was involved in the crime, and that would happen occasionally, that doesn't really in any way cast aspersions on that bar community. It just happens to be that person came into that crowd, and somebody in there may have had information, and that's what we're looking for here. And there are, as you get into more your story talking about the party that you went to at the loft, there are cross connections here, and that's what you're trying to find out. So maybe we should go into that now. So what first made you get interested in the Karina Homer case? And I guess that probably has to do with your own personal story, but you can tell it the way you want.
Okay, well, I was just reading an article just randomly about this case earlier this year, and something, because I'd remembered this case from the 1990s, and something caught my attention. It was just an obscure fact. It was the address of the Frank Rapp's apartment in the Fort Point neighborhood of South Boston. And I noticed that the address of Frank Rapp's apartment was very close to the address of an after-hours party I had attended. And this was not in 1996. It was almost exactly a year and a half before the summer solstice of 1996. So I don't have information about June 22, 1996, but I do have information about how various people from our cast of characters are connected in different ways to this particular community. And so what I began to notice is a whole bunch of coincidences sort of stacked on top of each other. And so at first I was noticing that, okay, I was at this after hours party, and I was there with a friend of John Zwiz. And that's one thing, but now I noticed that this after hours party was diagonally across the street from the apartment of another future suspect, in this case, Frank Rapp. And then I looked at his pictures online, and I said, oh, wow, this woman who was a friend of John Zwiz introduced me to someone named Frank who looks like this. Now, and I still don't know whether this is Frank Rapp, but as I dug more deeply into this thing, I wanted to know, well, how often did they have parties out here? Because I went to one party. For all I know, that's the only party. And I was just searching online, typing in Man Ray and the name of the street that this building was on and the name of the street that was in behind it. So I typed in Man Ray, Melcher, Necco. Melcher is the address, and then the back of the building's Necco. And I discovered this online information indicating that the Man Ray crowd was out in this neighborhood frequently, engaged in photography activities. And the way it was described, it sounds like serious photography with tripods. They were photographing women in a state of undress or in slinky stuff on the rooftops around Melcher and Necco. And that sort of raised my eyebrows. Well, they seem to have, this seems to have been a hangout place for the Man Ray crowd. And we're talking about the Friday night Man Ray crowd, the night that attracts the kink community. Maybe at some point we can go through that online thread that I found. And so now it's getting curiouser and curiouser. We've got, at a minimum, friends or colleagues of multiple future suspects involved in this community. And we also have the location, and we've got the timing because, well, this is the Man Ray crowd, and it's the Friday night Man Ray crowd, certain Friday nights. And when are they likely to be out there? Well, early hours of Saturday mornings after those certain Friday nights, which would correspond with when Karina Homer disappeared after leaving Zanzibar. And very significantly, I literally saw people playing with ropes at this after-hours party. I saw some women rigging some ropes up to some sort of wooden beam near the ceiling and testing them to see whether they were secure. And these were being made available in case somebody wanted to do a kink scene. I didn't see anyone actually tied up.
Were there cameras set up? Or is this performative, just kind of like as an after-hours entertainment, or I don't even know if entertainment's the right word. It's just something that people were going to do for their own enjoyment, or what? Let's describe that more, because Karina was found. Her body is said to have had ligature marks on the neck.
Well, yes, and I'll get to that in a moment. But
okay,
I did not stay long enough to see whether any kink scene was done with these ropes. I assume it's something similar to what you would see at Man Ray, right? So you have people playing a dominant or submissive role. Someone's tied up. You might use a whip on someone's back or something like that. There's no sex involved. It's just creative expression, really. So I didn't see
and
the rope.
there is too in this there is the thing too with it, and it's kind of an asphyxiation community too, right?
Yeah, that I don't know much about, but I would have to assume that if something happened at an after-hours party of this community where there are ropes available for people to play with, and maybe something happened in the back room or something. And she was found, the cause of death was strangulation. I looked at various articles and it described faint marks on her neck. Also the wrists, which is significant. Well, there was one publication that mentioned the possibility of rope marks on her wrists, which is would be significant because that's kink play, right? The Boston Strangler didn't tie up his victim's wrists. He used things like ropes, right? So there was one particular article, and you had it up just a moment ago, and you don't have to return it, but I'll read what it said. It was from July 11 of 1996. And I looked very carefully at the date because it was 6 days after Karina Holmer's partial remains were buried in Sweden. So, it's important to know whether they had enough information about her remains at the time this was published. So July 11th. So she disappeared June 22. Okay. And the article says law enforcement sources said the use of a material and not manual strangulation has led investigators to consider two theories. that Holmer might have been accidentally killed by someone who uses bondage devices during sex,
Right.
or that she was slain by someone who planned to kill her with a rope or cord. So it seems clear to me that the medical evidence must have been consistent with it being accidental, because if you have a madman, pulling with all his might, you're probably going to get torn ligaments and or maybe broken bones. So I'm figuring it's consistent with accidental, and I'm kind of raising my eyebrows because it looks like this. You had two theories, one of which was it's accidental, and it looks like it just went down some sort of memory hole. In any event, it was there, and this was a party where people play with ropes, right? And so you can put two and two together. And it's also a community that does photography. How many coincidences do we need before we look at this community more carefully and consider the possibility maybe there was some sort of after-hours party on June 22nd? And there's more. I mean, there's the person I was introduced to who might have been one of Frank Rapp's nannies. There was the fact that someone at this party, again, is the person I believe is Frank Rapp, asked me whether I was a cop, which suggests something about whether cops attended these parties. So now we're getting in, who knows how many people from our cast of characters are connected to these parties. So I think we need to look at it really carefully, even though I don't have any information about June 22nd, but other people might.
And you look at something like a body that was cut in half like that. Now, was this an effort to dispose of the body? So it's just there was nothing kinky involved in that. It was just, let's say, in fact, I know there was a theory out there that if she was raped, they wanted to dispose of the lower half differently. Or was it part of a fantasy like someone that a serial killer might have when cutting up a body or something like that? So go ahead.
I was going to say, of course, if you're concealing evidence by cutting the body apart, that would presume that the top part is likely to be found. I mean, if the purpose is to conceal something like of that nature, why even bother to cut her body in half? Why not just bury the entirety wherever it's being concealed?
So if the purpose is concealed and something went wrong, so yeah.
Well, or just why not cut her in half and simply bury her wherever the lower part of her body is buried. But one thing did jump out at me. You sort of want to notice when you're investigating things whether things fall into your lap. Easy answers to difficult questions, right? So if this was an accidental death during breath control play, which is not something I know much about at all. I'm not a kink expert. I'm just an observer of this community. There are aspects of it that I find very interesting, the psychological aspects of it. But if this was some sort of accidental breath control play incident, the question of whether Karina Homer was intoxicated at the time of her death becomes critical. Now, I'm not a criminal attorney, so I can't really give an opinion on this. But consenting adults can, sober consenting adults can consent to dangerous activities, right? Generally, people want to climb Mount Everest. Okay, and if they know the risk, they go ahead and do it. But if somebody is intoxicated under the influence of alcohol, well, first of all, there's a question whether that person can consent to a dangerous activity. And then there's the question of whether the intoxication with alcohol makes the activity intrinsically much more dangerous. And it's my understanding that it does. And so now you have, okay, this is a death where whether the victim was intoxicated becomes a critical factor. And her partial remains were found drained of blood. Well, one thing that might suggest is something very sophisticated, that you had some one or more sophisticated people there saying, well, how do we ensure that you can't have a blood alcohol test? Well, drain the body of blood. How do you drain the body of blood? Well, you cut the body in half. And I don't know whether this is what happened, but it does suggest something of that nature, of course, which raises a different question. Why go through all that trouble instead of just burying her someplace where she would never be found?
Right.
In fact, they buried half of her someplace or disposed of half of her someplace. Why go through all that trouble? Which raises the possibility that perhaps it was intended that she be found. And I do have to think maybe some of the people involved in whatever happened had the humanity to spare the loved ones of Karina Holmer a missing persons case. That's speculation, but
yeah, that seems a little unlikely. I've never heard of anything.
Yeah.
That's we'll throw that on the list of possibility, but I would say that's pretty. That's your humanity speak. Yeah. That's probably your humanity speaking there, Jimmy. Someone that I don't think there's probably too much humanity in the people that killed her and cut her in half and disposed her in a dumpster. So I don't.
Well,
I don't.
Was the saw cut through her? Was that before or after death?
Well, her cause of death was strangulation, according to the autopsy.
Right, but they can usually tell if trauma to the body is
or if there was any
after.
signs of torture at all. I don't think that there were, but
right. What was found was, I think the expression I can have, because this is important. I'll try to find the exact information. Just give me a second here, because I wrote it down. Her 48-pound torso contained no bruises, no defensive wounds, and her blood-spattered body, I don't know whether it was blood-spattered or not, and her blood-spattered body bore little signs of a struggle. And
how do they know she was washed or bathed? And you probably don't know the answer to this, but that's just kind of, how would they know that I know that's something they've reported, that she was, her body was washed or bathed. Do they know that was done post-mortem? And what would that say? What would that signify? And again, we have to speculate, but this is what anybody that would be investigating this, including law enforcement, would have to do. That speculation is forming a hypothesis and then trying to see if it matches other parts of the evidence. But that's really interesting as to why you would bathe the body. Are you just trying to remove evidence, possibly? But
you'd think if it was to remove evidence, there would be bleach used or something of that nature, right? Like, so maybe this will be an indictment on my brain and how messed up it is, but my thoughts just hearing what I've heard without further evidence. But she's from out of country. The lower half wasn't found. When you're talking about whether they wanted it to be found, I don't think so. I think that was put into different dumpsters probably. And the one that just happened to be found was happened by a homeless person that was looking for pizza or whatever, right?
Right.
That
makes sense to me too.
It's possible that it's.
I don't like the pizza part, but
no, well, but it's possible too, especially in that era. What year was this again?
1996. Yeah.
Okay. There was, and it wasn't like right on the year that the movie came out. There was sort of like in pop culture, you guys might remember, like the film 8mm, right? The whole angle of snuff making its way into the popular culture was very big. It was even in video games. It was all over the place. Manhunt, I think, came out a little later. But that was very much touched on in underground movies at the time and even television. So is it a possibility that the washing of the body was part of the made-to-order deal? Was the sawing done while being choked? I don't know. To me, it could. We're talking about a performative audience. There could have been some kind of underground activity. Maybe it was life imitating art. It's possible.
I don't see that at all, given the nature of the community. What I imagine very few people must have known what happened. Okay, there were a bunch of people at this party. but it has to be that very few people knew what happened to Karina Holmer. That we're talking about a back room, or maybe perhaps after almost everybody's left. Her cause of death was strangulation, so there's nothing going on with the saw before her death.
Or during, is what I'm saying. Like if the saw isn't proven to be after, I would be suspicious of that alone.
And we know very little. We don't even actually know that that's the cause of death. There was one article, I think, that said that, and just that there were ligature marks. I don't even think it said that was the cause of death.
I've seen articles. I don't know whether I have it handy this instant, that the cause of death was strangulation. And then we also have the fact that there are no defensive wounds, all that sort of thing.
Right.
So we're not talking about somebody being sawed in half before the person is completely dead. This is not what's going on here.
Or immediately after. Could be after. But my point is this is the main takeaway, is I don't believe somebody who accidentally kills somebody during breath play is going to have the stones to cut a body in half. I think the kind of person that's going to do that, it's not accidental. And that's why, to me, just initially, without any other evidence, I could see some real freak shows targeting somebody like that in that community. I'm not even saying it's from that community.
Right. No, not at all.
A predator that's hunting in that community. And and I'm not even saying it's like an underground, snuff ring, but there were a lot of there's a lot of nutbags, and there was a lot of popular culture media that was depicting that sort of thing. It was rife with it. 8mm is just one example. There's many more, especially in the underground movies. It's plausible that some sicko was imitating art, and they wouldn't have to be from that community. Yeah.
One of the areas my mind goes to too is so I sometimes have listened to true crime videos that are on the mafia and stuff like that. And obviously I've never disposed of a body myself. But you look at, for instance, I forget the name of the guy that they used to dispose of bodies in this bar in New York. God, I can't remember his name, but he was head of these massive car theft links organizations, and it was ultimately killed by the mafia. But they would take these bodies, and one of the things you have to do is drain the blood first. You want to drain the blood before you start, and then they would cut up the pieces and get rid of the pieces. But you got to drain that blood first. And so is that part of what you would cut a body in half for, as part of that process to drain all that blood? And again, I know nothing about that kind of world, and it's just comes to mind here. Was that part of a process of trying to drain the blood before you could cut up the pieces? And it's also possible that something could have interrupted the rest of the disposal process. I don't know.
Yeah. Possibly.
People are probably on drugs while they're doing this shit. And as Jimmy knows, someone operating that saw, they've talked about, would make a lot of noise. It was a pretty powerful saw that was expected to be used. So I don't know. There's a lot of possible angles here. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I would just add one thing I think it's important for us to get away from is the notion that this is one person doing all of this stuff. We've got a complex situation here where something's happening at a party. Okay, people play with ropes at this party. The angle I'm exploring is, there are accidental deaths that happen during breath play. And so something happens at this party. Okay, you have one person who causes her death, but there are a bunch of other people, maybe a small number of people who know what happened. The person who cut her body in half and drained her blood is not necessarily at all the same person who caused her death. And in a scene like this, you could have a situation where some badass people from the criminal world are called in to deal with the scene. So we have to consider.
Well, the next question, though, just quick. Sorry, Jimmy, sorry to interrupt, but that's a good point. And just the question I would have for you on that is, so let's say you have a kind of kink theater, alternative lifestyle kind of group that is exploring something like that. It's not meant to harm someone. Something goes wrong, which I think your theory is here, and she dies. And so now you have a problem. You've got to dispose the body. But how would those people have connections to someone like that that's in the body disposal bill, like Mr. Wolf from Pulp Fiction.
Right.
Right.
How would they have those kind of connections there? And I'm not going to lead you there, but where I'm going. I think where I'm.
Not everyone knows a fixer on speed dial. No,
exactly.
That's
right.
How would they have that kind of a connection?
So, right, that's a very good question. And so what this presumes is somebody directly or indirectly had some sort of connection to the kind of people who cut people's bodies in half, or the kind of people who are capable of such a thing. Because normal people out having fun at a party, and that's what we're talking about here, don't do stuff like that.
Right. No, certainly not. Yeah. But the kind of person it would take to step in and be like, I got you, pal, I'll cut up the body. Like, that's somebody who's now walking into a whole world of bullshit. Like, do they really want it? Like, if I stumbled upon my friend who accidentally choked somebody to death, and I believe that was an accident, I don't think I'd be comfortable going, you know what? I'm going to cut that up for you. Let's go.
Right.
It's going to be hard pressed to
to
find somebody to do that.
Where my mind goes is that, and I mentioned this to Jimmy the other night, I'm going to say this without mentioning names or anything like that, but the world of pornography, I assume, is kind of a fringely connected to those are made with people with the right equipment, photography equipment. Obviously, only a fringe minority of photographers or filmmakers would be involved in that kind of thing. And where is porn distributed? My understanding is it's distributed through the mafia and organized crime kind of things. So those are the kind of people that might have some expertise in disposing bodies, right? So I'm trying to draw these connections loosely, so it's not trying to attribute anything to anybody. But you have a situation here where this nanny is hired through an uncredited agency, and possibly a line of them that are hired in that way, and then you have a body that to go with Jimmy's theory, something went wrong, and this person, now the body has to be disposed of. You can see where I'm drawing those connections, and I'm purposely being vague because I don't want to smear anybody.
No, but I can see what you're putting down. There might be a little trouble with that, though. I mean, like, from my understanding, underworld money into film in general, not just pornography, but it's in film. It's a good way to wash your money. A great example, some people aren't aware of, but in Hong Kong, in the film industry, one of the biggest backings to the entire scene and Jackie Chan's entire career is the Chinese triad. It's no secret. It's very much out in public. They have parades. They want to put their money in and get their money out. I don't know if they want to be connecting their underworld activities to a revenue stream where they're washing their cash. So I don't know if they'd even want to bridge that. It's just speculation, but I don't know if a criminal outfit would want to be that connected on that level. It could trace back to them and get them all busted. It's very dangerous to do that.
Right.
I think they just let whoever accidentally killed someone deal with themselves. You know what I'm saying on that front. But
Jimmy, what are some of the other odd things that we haven't mentioned in this case that could be clues? Could be clues if we looked at them.
Oh, well, you need to guide me. I'm not sure where you're headed with that. I mean, I could go through the events of the night.
Go ahead.
Would you want me to go through the sequence of events that night? That starting with, I went to the Man Ray Club. Would that be helpful? Or
so of your night? So all right. So what year was this that you went to that loft party?
Well, I think I've nailed it down. Reasonably confident. We're talking about December of 1994. And as a matter of fact,
2 years before. Okay. Yeah.
1.5 years, almost exactly. And I'll explain why in a moment. So we're talking about, I believe it's Friday, December 16, 1994. I'll let you know how I got that exact date. I was at the Man Ray Club on a Friday night. It was one of the kink crowd nights. And it's just a regular night at Man Ray. And somebody gave me an invitation to an after hours party. And I don't know whether I've mentioned this to you, Kevin, but I think it might have been a winter solstice party.
Okay. All right.
I don't remember the invitation saying winter solstice party at the top.
Yeah.
But
when I lived in Boston, that was a thing, though. Summer and winter solstice parties for people that had, in 4th of July, especially if you lived somewhere near the Esplanade. But yeah, people that had access to roofs even on those houses there. That actually was a thing when I lived in Boston. People would have parties on occasions like that. So go ahead.
Okay. So because December 16, most people would call it holiday party, right?
Right.
Now, I don't know whether this was on the invitation or whether I'm remembering something else, but I remember being at Man Ray reading something about this particular time of year that was characterized in an odd, poetic way. So, this time of year, the Christians are doing this and these other people are doing that. And it's kind of like, we're doing our stuff. So I want to throw this out as a possibility in case anybody remembers somebody who liked to throw parties, Man Ray after hours parties or parties in Fort Point neighborhood of South Boston on the solstice.
So actually, there's a question there, Jim. The party that you ended up at, how close to it was to either the loft where that Frank Rapp owned or to the location of where Karina was ultimately found? How close do you know how close you do know how close it was? So go ahead.
Right. It's I don't know. I know you haven't caught up on everything I sent you, but I actually sent you a view of the building where the party was, seen from the front door.
A lot of those links were broken too, Jimmy. I've tried to go through them a lot. They're no longer point to anything.
You might have to cut and paste them. Just copy it, paste it in, and then it'll work. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll try to redo it or something.
Like one of the ones you said was a picture of the Man Ray, and actually it was a picture of the Edison power plant. And
that was the top. That's weird. That was the Edison power plant was at the top of the thread.
I scrolled all the way down and I didn't see any other pictures. So
that wasn't. It was for the text. That one had text about the photography activities of this community in that neighborhood.
Yeah,
I can walk you through it at convenience.
Just a lot of these things were no longer, and even some of the ones, strangely, that were working, I went through them just while we were talking to try to find something to put images up, and they're no longer accessible to me. But and some of them requires, like the Boston Globe one, I don't have a subscription to it, so any Boston Globe links I can't get into.
Right.
For
the articles, I tried to just type in the relevant text, so you can just look at.
And I did have that, right? I looked at that and I tried to highlight those and stuff like that, but that was
I'll just resend it to you. I'll try to correct whatever was going wrong with the links. So where were we? So I got this invitation, and so I figured I'd check out the after hours party. And so, so I was at Man Ray, and then on my way from the Man Ray Club to the after hours party in South Boston, I made a little stop at a strip club in the old combat zone. It was called the Naked Eye Cabaret, just to watch the dancers for a while. And they didn't have any lap dances or VIP room there, but you could get a drink for a dancer and chat with a dancer for a while. And there was a particular attractive dancer that you could tell that she was into kink by what she was wearing, that she liked to play a dominant role. And I got her a drink. And she asked me whether I was into kink, and I said no, but I do go to Man Ray sometimes. And she kind of laughed and said she goes to Man Ray too, which is not very surprising because the Man Ray Club is popular with some of these dancers. So then she started talking about her friendship with John Zwiz, and she had a little book of photographs of some of the dancers who danced.
Right. So we don't know who that is. So
John Zwiz is one of someone in our cast of characters. So he's the frontman of a band called Sleep Chamber. And this particular band was loosely associated with the Man Ray Club during the 1990s. It was unusual for bands to play at Man Ray, but this particular band played there with some frequency. So people sort of associated the Manry Club and Sleep Chamber with each other. So it's not surprising that a dancer who goes to the Manry Club might be a friend of John Zawiz. And it's known that John Zawiz used to hire dancers from the combat zone to perform in his performances. So, and she showed me some pictures of the other dancers performing in his, shows, dressed up as Catwoman or something like that. So, in a way, he's sort of a performance artist doing stuff that's similar to some of the stuff that happens at Man Ray, except he's a little more, a couple of notches even more explicit and so forth. So she was talking about John Zawiz, and what's interesting is a man walked into the nightclub, and this was sometime after 1:30 or so, and sat down next to the dancer. Now, he's not there to watch the dancers. He's there to meet up with this dancer, apparently to go to the after-hours party. This dancer apparently was headed to the same after-hours party that I had been invited to when I was at the Man Ray Club. And so I remember the dancer introducing me to this man, and she said, "This is Frank." That's my recollection. Now, I don't know that this is Frank Rapp. I have a lot of reasons to think it is. I don't want to rely too much on me positively identifying him. I just feel that what's more significant is that there's online information indicating that this community, this after-hours community, included professional photographers from the Fort Point neighborhood of South Boston. I think that's the more completely reliable information here. Can you all hear me? Are you still there?
Yeah, we hear you, but we got to make this story, it's moving in a meandering way. We got to really kind of get this to where it's meaningful to this case, especially where it's so speculative.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I'll try to speed it up. So the two of them went to this after-hours party, and I went separately. I believe the two of them arrived first. The first thing that happened was this dancer introduced me to a young woman, introduced her to me by name. I'm very shaky on the name of this particular person, but the dancer said she lives here. And this is a Nordic looking woman. It's not Karina Holmer, because this is a year and a half before. And okay, now we've got the possibility that one of Frank Rapp's nannies was at this party. This is diagonally across the street from Frank Rapp's apartment, and this person lives here. So now we have another thing in the mix. And so I was at this party, and it's just people socializing. I did mention the ropes, but I didn't see any actual kink scenes that I saw. But who knows what's going on in the back room? I was there about an hour or so, and just went home. There's things like, for example, there was a guy who was standing naked, chatting with people, apparently because that's his kink, to be naked while chatting with people. And I did have to wonder, the thought crossed my mind, if this young woman I was introduced to was a nanny, she might be thinking to herself, this was inappropriate, that my, employer invited me to this party. So I just want to throw that out there as perhaps being the origin of some of these comments that were coming from the Frank Rapp's former nannies. It could simply be that he was inviting them to wild and crazy parties, and the reason for inviting them is the parties happen to be in the neighborhood, just across the street. And people in the arts can just have sort of a very open attitude about things of a sexual nature. So it could be that that's the origin of that, just throwing that out there. So I hope I speeded it up enough.
Yeah, that's all right. it feels too loosely connected to things now. So what we have
Oh,
is a
yeah.
good theory about a party scene that was, something that was ongoing there. But at this point, there's no reason to believe that Karina Homer ever went to Man Ray or was connected to that party scene or was connected to that group. What we really have is that you went to a party at a loft based on an invitation from Man Ray. And in addition to that, Karina stayed at a loft that was owned by her employer that I think was in that area. I don't know if we ever got that question specifically answered, but
Yeah,
so everything else is kind of just loosely connected at this point. And we also have the fact that at the party that you were at, they were setting up some kind of a rope thing, so possibly something performative. And Karina Homer did ultimately die, which just, even though this was a year and a half later, she did die with ligature marks on her neck. And so
from strangulation. Yeah, from strangulation.
In theory, she died from strangulation. We don't have an autopsy report, but
well, I think we do. I mean, I'll double check it, but I remember saying cause of death. The autopsy confirmed strangulation. Is
okay.
cause of
All right. So let's just assume that's the case.
Right.
So what we got to do is just really connect this as best we can, and then move on. We can't make it too long of a story. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, it is significant that she told a friend at Zanzibar. One of her friends reported that she told that friend, "I'm going to an after-hours party," and with a particular older man that was seen at Zanzibar. One aspect of this case is that I think we really need to take a look at who Karina Holmer is and what her character is, because she was described by Susan Nichter as being so responsible and sensible and typically used good judgment. And, we need to look at what's going on at Zanzibar and remember that's her character. And so,
well, I don't know if we can take that I wouldn't take that as far as you're taking it, Jimmy, because people that are perfectly responsible by day, but you're only seeing one facet of their personality when they're wild at night. And I'm not saying Karina is, I'm saying people that I've known in my life that by day seem perfectly responsible and everything. And by night, they might be a different character that's doing drugs and living wild. And so just based on Susan Richter saying that, we know that Karina was responsible during the day with her children, at least but she may have been a completely different person at night. So
well,
I don't know. I don't know if we can draw too much from that one statement.
That's what the Boston police suggested, and they came out with a statement that I find objectionable about. I'll read it at an appointment. I won't deal with it now, but we have somebody who's saying, "I'm going to an after-hours party," and ordinarily, let's say during the day, Karina Homer does not seem like the kind of person who changes her mind every 15 minutes about what she's planning to do. And I think if I look at her as being the same person that she was at 2:00 in the afternoon, for me, the mist starts to lift and a picture starts to emerge of what was going on there. And I find that it helps me make a lot of progress. I'm just saying.
I mean, she was. Listen, and this is normal stuff for a 20-year-old kid, but with, to fit that personality profile, we have to remember she was getting thrown out of a bar for being too intoxicated.
Understood.
So it's a more complicated image than I think you're taking from that one statement. We don't know enough about her. We just don't know enough about her.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to learn as much as I can about her. And fit that, see how that helps me make sense of what's happening here. I think the fact that she told a friend, "I'm going to an after-hours party," is significant. And it's not sort of something we should just sort of, oh, well, she said that at that moment, but maybe 2 minutes later she wants to do something completely different.
Right.
She doesn't sound like that kind of person ordinarily.
Right. Yeah. I mean, she's not only drunk, but then after she leaves the bar, there are numerous accounts of seeing her, dancing with a homeless guy, or so she's wasted. Look, as someone who was a bar owner in that life for a long time, you will see a perfectly responsible, normally good kid end up doing something crazy when they've had too much to drink.
Well,
So
I mean, the
there was
homeless
a lot of
man
drugs
had,
going on at that time, like ecstasy and things like that. There was a lot going on in the party scene in the mid '90s, and
yeah, I understand, but the homeless man had some very kind things to say about her afterwards. He said
right,
she was the sweetest thing. She was an angel. She
yeah,
was so much fun. It's just I kind of look at that and the way she has been described, sort of in other contexts, that she was just somebody who loved life and loved things of beauty, loved to create things of beauty. It was just a very kind person.
we
And
just don't know enough about her. We're reading into things based on your being a nice person and your view of
maybe I
life
should,
and human beings. I think you might, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying she wasn't any of those things. I'm just saying there's just not enough to go on here, to really drop a personality profile.
Yeah, well,
That's all I'm saying to me,
Right. Well, I have to do the best with what I have. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the only negative stuff that I hear about her is coming from the Boston Police Department. You know, let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Just give me a minute. I have so much stuff that I've copied that now I can't find stuff. But anyway, sort of like her lifestyle makes it very difficult to determine who she was with that night. This was a loose running crowd, the party animals of party animals. You don't talk that way about a female victim of what may well have been a homicide of a sexual nature.
Right. Right.
It's not appropriate. I'm not a feminist,
Right.
but I can't
Yeah,
tell
I
whether
agree.
they lost me at the
I agree.
word lifestyle, loose, or animals.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I don't know if there's something. So, what do you draw? Do you learn anything from the fact that they would make a statement like that? Is that just poor judgment on their part?
I just take note of it. I sometimes you just have to take notes of things and see whether a picture emerges.
Right.
Susan Nichter objected to that statement, but I don't know of anyone else who has seen fit to find anything wrong with it.
Right. No, and I remember, like I said, I remember in that being around kids that age for years and trying to look out for them and stuff like that too. But when a lot of these kids are 20, 21, 22, they haven't grown up yet, and they go through a period of being a little bit more wild and irresponsible, and then they come out of it, and they're by the time they're 24, they've got a good job. They might soon after that they're married and having kids. And so I'm not at all judging anybody like this. I'm just saying it's very hard to look at a 20, 21-year-old kid, the stuff that they go through and the things that they get involved with later on in life. They'll be like, Jesus, I can't believe I was doing this stuff, and to some degree, we probably, that's the case with all of us, so.
And out of country, 23 sheets to the wind. That's hard to make any kind of, it's all guesswork, right? But I mean, youth wilding out. Absolutely, man. From 12 till, I don't know, damn near 40. I went nuts.
Jimmy, who did she say, Jimmy, that she was going to? You said she told a friend. So tell me more about who she said she was going to an after hours party with.
Well, she was at Zanzibar with a group of friends from the apartment on A Street. That was Frank Rapp's apartment. And so one friend, and by the way, I think we need to take the reports from friends very seriously. We have a lot of reports from unidentified witnesses, but this is a friend of hers, and she saw Karina Holmer near the end of near closing time at Zanzibar. She was with what was described as an older man, which could easily be somebody in his early 40s when you're talking about Zanzibar, because everyone else is, all the other people are in their 20s. So Karina Homer told her friend, I'm going to go to an after hours party with this man.
Okay.
Then she later, there were later reports of her sort of finding herself alone in it's called the alley, but it's really an open space in Boylston Place. She's looking for her friends. I guess one question that people don't ask is which friends. If she's planning to go to an after hours party, and she does go to an after hours party, she's looking for the friends going to the after hours party. So, and so then we have the report of the gray Mitsubishi, and in your previous show on this, you mentioned, you and Erin both mentioned that this account of the gray Mitsubishi was the one you were inclined to believe, and I agree. It's highly specific. Again, it's a friend, not just one friend, but two friends of Karina Holmer backing up the account of Karina Homer being in the back seat of the gray Mitsubishi with two men. They might have been waiting for one or more others, but there were two in the gray Mitsubishi at the time.
So would this have been around closing time when the alley was filled with everybody, including her friends, just emptying out of the clubs? Was that
closing
when that
time was
happened?
2, and the report of the gray Mitsubishi was around 2:30. And that makes sense. It's a half hour later, the friends are going to go home. And so there was a young man, one of the young women asked the young man to go find Karina Homer and let Karina know that they're leaving. And so the young man, poked his head into the gray Mitsubishi, or somehow managed to talk with Karina Homer and say, he said, let's go, you came with us. And Karina Homer responded, that's okay, I'll see you later. So she's departing with the people in the gray Mitsubishi. And the scenario we're looking at is they're going to the after hours party that she said she was going to go to, and that the after hours party is of the community that I've been talking about.
Right. So she could. So you when you showed up at the after hours parties because they handed you a flyer, right?
Right.
So is it possible that somebody handed her a flyer? Because she's a good-looking girl and they wanted someone like that.
It's a Man Ray after hours party. So
no, that was a different party thing. But yeah, right.
Right.
But maybe that wasn't right. But it could have worked out that way, that someone not from that same party or even that same group, but someone handed her a flyer.
Well, the problem with that is that this is a specific community of people. Online, it's referred to as the Man Ray crowd in that thread I sent you with the Boston Edison plant. So it's a specific community that includes the Friday night crowd, people from the Friday night crowd at Man Ray, includes some professional photographers as well. There were some dancers from the combat zone that showed up at this party. But it's a specific mix of people. So Zanzibar is a different nightclub. So you're not going to have somebody at Zanzibar handing out flyers to this community. People at Zanzibar don't necessarily have anything in common with this community. As I mentioned at the beginning, we're talking about people with creative imagination. The people from Man Ray, they're creative people. The motto of the Man Ray Club is the art of nightlife.
All right.
And they have that for the reason, okay? There's a reason why the people into kink from Friday night and Man Ray are hanging out with photographers and people who work for bands. They've got this in common. So, a random person from Zanzibar isn't necessarily appropriate.
Okay, so where are we going then with this? I guess I derailed you. Sorry. Where is it that we're going? Because we seem to be wandering around.
Okay, I'm trying to let you guide me, but
yeah, I don't know. I can't seem to. This is like a tough one.
It's okay. I'll just go wherever it goes. But so in between 2 o'clock and around 2:30, she's in Boylston Place alone and saying, I think my friends have left me. So she has this concern, and the friends were assuming that these are the friends going to the after hours party. So she's concerned about where these friends are. She's waiting and waiting, probably waiting for the gray Mitsubishi, right? And she's wondering what the heck is going on. We had this report that she tried to re-enter Zanzibar after closing. So we have to think about, why would she do that? She's looking for the friends who are going to the after hours party. And she's thinking that one or more of them might be in Zanzibar and not necessarily stepping out anytime soon, because it's after closing, all of the club goers are being hustled out the door. So who is she looking for? Now the cops took very seriously the fact that it looked like she was looking for someone who works there. and I sent you some articles about, for example, one particular employee of Zanzibar, his name was Scott Fainer, who wrote multiple articles about how many times he was interviewed by the police. Now, why did they focus on him? Well, he said, well, he worked there, and they're taking very seriously the fact that he worked there. And he also happened to mention that he was throwing an after-hours party. And I can just imagine the cops saying, well, he works here, he's throwing an after-hours party, he's the guy. But apparently other people who worked there were interviewed thoroughly by the police. And so, you have to think, well, who could it be? And, I don't know whether you want to get into this, but she did go to, there were at least two people in that gray Mitsubishi. She was talking about multiple friends. None of them have stepped forward to talk about, this is a big homicide case. And, if they left Zanzibar with Karina Homer, you would think they would step forward and say, okay, well, the next thing she did was go to this, whatever the destination of the gray Mitsubishi was. You still there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still here. Someone was just texting me. So,
I know.
So maybe we should save some for another episode, because we just want to give people the basic background about the case and get them talking about it, and see if they'll reach out to us and give us some more information. If anybody has some personal information of their own, like Jimmy has said, there'll be some people that may have been connected to the community, the Man Ray community, or the related communities back at the time in the mid 90s, that may have had something they observed that could have been, in theory, possibly connected to this, or somebody connected to Zanzibar. And someone had reached out to me about this case of maybe about a year ago, and she ended up being a little bit scared and a little bit nervous about some things. No, I couldn't tell if that's because, some people they have their own issues. I don't know. I want to be nice about the way to say it, so I don't know. So we'll see. That's what happens when you open the door to people reaching out. You're going to get real things, and you're going to get things that might be a little bit off. And so hopefully people will reach out to us, and we'll do our best to treat this, because, Karina and her family, they deserve answers here. They deserve some resolution on this case. And so.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Midsummer is coming up on Friday, and I've read that this has been so difficult for them, and now we have this uncertainty, as and I'm throwing out this possibility that her death was accidental, and they don't know whether to have any confidence in what I'm saying or not. I would love to, for people to make some progress, at least so a picture emerges of what happened, so that we can arrive at a place of optimism and confidence, which is not where we are now. I do think I'm onto something here. A lot of puzzle pieces tend to fall in place. So
it's really too early to say. There's a lot of little clues here. I think it's as when you first talked to me a couple months ago, it's an angle worth exploring, but at this point, not necessarily anything more than that. But so you have some kind of an active party scene there at the lofts in the area where Frank Rapp's loft was, and also not far from where her body was found. Could it be connected to something like that? You do have her telling her friends that she was going to an after-hours party. So did she go to an after-hours party?
Right.
But it's still very, very loose and vague at this point. You would need someone else to come forward with some more information, and
we
hopefully
need
that'll
somebody,
happen.
Yeah, somebody like just confirming. Yeah, there was this guy who threw parties on the solstices. Okay, that gets us very close to there being a party. Or I was at one of those parties, and we were talking about the Dole Clinton election. Okay, that gets you to 1996, right? People, or hey, I mean, Frank Rapp, he was there all the time, right? It's somebody who was involved in this, and the fact that he was, if Frank Rapp was involved in these parties, I'm not implying any guilt or anything. I think he's innocent, but we need this information so that we can get some validation, if there's validation to be found.
Right.
Are you going to put our contact information out there so people can call us or email us so that
for now, what we'll say is just reach out to me at my email. So if you want to talk to Jimmy, I will put you directly in talk with Jimmy. If you want to talk to the police, we'll do that. So we will go whatever direction you want to go. And so my email is leitskev. You can find it on the channel site too, but LEITSKEV@gmail.com. And if you want, like I said, if you want to reach out to Jimmy, I'll either talk to Jimmy about it first and tell you what you messaged me, and if he's okay with it, I will send you his contact information, and we'll handle it that way. And
I'm okay with you giving it out now if you want. It's up to you, whatever you think's appropriate.
Sure. Yeah, I'm trying to give you that level of screening because I know sometimes some odd messages can come in. But sure, I'll do that then if you're okay with it. I'll give him your email and they can reach out to you. Or if you want to give it to them right now, you can do that, Jimmy. If you want.
Yeah. So my email address is jamesmrose@verizon.net. Phone number is 301-538-8447. So JAMESMROSE@verizon.net.
Okay, good. Thank you, Jimmy. And I think you are exploring something, a unique angle here that could lead to something. And you're obviously a good guy, and you think the kinder things of people involved with this, to the point where you even think maybe the killer left the body hoping that it would be found. So
I do think that sometimes it's helpful to look for goodness. I just in a number of ways in looking at this case, I do find that has been helpful to me. Maybe that's not what you're accustomed to, but who knows?
Well, no, it's not that, but this is a murder case where somebody cut the body in half. I think it's optimistic to try to think there might be some goodness there. It's probably not the path that I would go, because this poor girl was murdered. She was strangled, and then somebody cut her body in half. So I think it's it's more a reflection on you than it is on probably an analysis of the case. But we'll see. Who knows? I mean, if the case is solved in the end and it turns out that's the way they did it, then okay, you can be like, all right, then he had a good insight there. So
for me, there's this whole artistic angle on the thing, and I'm very interested in that part of it. And so I see people creating things of beauty, right? And so I guess that affects the way I look at things.
Right. All right. Well, as always, it's nice talking to you, Jimmy, and I hope you guys enjoyed listening to him. He's a very good guy, and
thanks.
He does have a lot of information on this case. So if you reach out to him, he may be willing to share some of that with you and discuss it, and maybe you can help him come up with some different angles on this. All right. Thank you, Jimmy. Well, I will talk to you soon, and we'll see if anything comes from this. And I'm sorry I didn't have time to prepare more of a show for this, because we talked about it yesterday. It was just been so much else going on in my life and my own personal energy because of the health issues. Doing the best I can, my friend.
Well, I pray for your good health and your mother, both your parents, I guess, and a whole bunch of other people. The loved ones of Karina Holmer. I want people to know the truth. I mean, the people with clouds of suspicion over them.
Right.
I hope we get some sort of resolution where.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you, Jimmy. We'll talk soon. I'll give you a call during the week, and we'll get caught up.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you so much,
Jimmy.
Kevin.
All right. Take care. All right, guys. We'll stay on for just a few minutes to answer questions, and then what we'll do is, so I put this on the Court TV feed as True Crime Junkie, our friend Jen, asked us to do, because it has the countdown clock, or the clock that tells how long the deliberation's been going on. So, will we get a verdict soon? There's no way of knowing, right? There's no way of knowing what's going on inside that room. So for me, my thoughts on this was, if there was going to be an acquittal, there was a good chance that might have happened last Friday. If you get 12 people to just say, nope, there isn't enough here to prove this case. And I felt like there was a good chance of that happening last Friday. On the other hand, if 12 people got in the room and generally felt that some version of guilty was likely on one of the main counts, that what I've seen in other cases is there tends to be, because of the gravity of the decision, they're going to take time. They're going to say, okay, let's give it another day. Let's give it the weekend and just really take our times going over the specifics of each charge. And so you might see a guilty verdict on Monday. And that's where we are now, Monday. But there's no way to know if that's the case. It certainly could be the case that you could have an acquittal vote come out on Wednesday, right? But obviously, the longer this goes on, the greater the chance that you get a mistrial, that the jury just is at an impasse and they can't get everybody on the same page. So we just don't really know, you know. Did Kevin finally get his couch delivered? No, I'm still waiting on it. I'm still waiting on a couch. Do I get a choice? Can I put in for a certain style? Do I get to choose the color? Anyways, so I had just, playfully said last week that we were going to get a conviction around lunchtime because the jury would want to go home. But obviously, that's anything that any one of us predicts is going to be really unlikely. We have no idea what's going on inside that deliberation room. It's possibly tense too. I mean, these jurors are working on making a decision. Just think of the weight of that. So if you're debating, for instance, second-degree murder, you have in your hands, you're sending someone to jail for pretty much the rest of their lives, and that has an enormous weight to it, even if you believe pretty strongly in the state's arguments. So, and even in the second charge, OUI manslaughter, has a pretty lengthy sentencing guideline on it. So it's got a heavy weight to it. And so for people in that situation, I've talked to people that believe that Karen is guilty, but still feel that they'd be reluctant to send someone away to jail for, a length of time of many years. And so if that's the case, if somebody like that refuses to vote guilty, that's a form of what do they call it? Shit. Sorry, I got tired there. Nullification. That's a form of jury nullification, where technically your job as a juror is to decide the facts of the case, and you're not supposed to have anything in mind about sentencing. You're just deciding the facts of the case. And if you start weighing things like sentencing and you let that determine your conclusion about the facts of the case, that's a form of jury nullification. This more famously is where jury nullification is, where someone says, all right, this person really is guilty of the verdict, but the system is corrupt and this person's a minority and the system oppresses minorities, so I am not going to vote guilty. That's a form of nullification too. That's the one that we more commonly hear about. So, but we don't know if any of that applies here, and hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully this jury will just do its duty and determine the facts, and that's their job. Let the judge, let the system take care of the rest. And hopefully that's what we'll get here. But there's a lot of pressure on these jurors, and they've probably grown personally tight as their own little community because they've been locked in this room for 7 weeks and spent so much time together where they can talk to each other, but not about the case. So usually there's going to be a strong bond that forms between them. But now that bond is tested because they may have some very significant differences in how they feel about this case. So there may be a lot of stress in that room there. And so all we can do is, if they're just all being diligent and honest about doing their job, we can just be grateful to them that they're willing to make the sacrifice they made to go through that stress in order to try to get to the truth here. And so at this point, you just have to feel grateful to them for being honest jurors that are willing to do that job, which they do get the benefit of the doubt for that. Let's see if I missed any comments. Liz B said, is the paddy wagon at court today? Don't know. And Julius is praying for the guilty verdict. Okay. I think that gets us up to date on the comments. So this, this probably is going to be a significant wait. So even wait for this to get a decision here. It could come anytime, but it could be a significant wait. So even if you have the 12 jurors agree on some version of guilty, there are 3 charges here, and there's a specific jury form. And so actually, Kimberly Fair sent me a copy of this. Maybe I can pull it up on the screen for you guys. All right, so we'll pull this up. So here is the question on the charge that is most likely being debated here. Hank did such a great job portraying the charge of second-degree murder that maybe it gives that a chance. But still, it probably is a reach to get the second-degree murder charge, even though technically there's more than enough evidence there. But that's going to be a tough one to get a juror's degree on. So, but this is for the manslaughter. This is for the second charge. So manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. It says, in the above titled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, or 2, guilty of the offense as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check 1 or both of the following. So either manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of guilty, or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. That's interesting how they put it that way. So part 3 is guilty of lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. So you could charge her, I guess, in theory, with involuntary manslaughter, but not charge her with the OUI. And that's going to be a pretty big difference in sentencing, is my understanding. Or 4, guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Check 1 or both of the following. Either motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence, or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood. See, I don't really understand all the distinction of all these differences here. This is, so what's the difference between manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, or motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence? I don't know the distinctions between those. And 5, the guilty of the lesser included offense of operating under the influence of liquor. So it's, I could see where it's confusing for a jury. So I got the invitation last Friday. I didn't see it till about 7:00 at night to go to the studio that Court TV has rented in wherever they've rented it. Vinny is here. And so the email I got went to just me and Nick. but I'm sure they're inviting other people there too. And I replied to them that I'm on pretty significant amounts of morphine and another nerve drug called gabapentin. So I'm not allowed to drive. So I told them, I'm happy to come, but you're going to have to send me an Uber. I can't drive up there. And they replied, we'll have to get back to you. So they may not want to pay for that Uber. Last year when I went, they paid for several Ubers, but so we'll see. I have not heard back from them, so they may not want to pay for that. So I might not be there with them today. So and I may have to decide what else is going on based on the medical situation with my parents. So it is what it is. But if I can make it, I'll be there with them. And if I can't, they'll have other guests. All right, so we made it till noon, and we are going to continue to work the Karina Homer case and other cases. There's other open cases, so we'll continue to work that. And so we will basically be on standby for whenever we can hear that the jury has summoned the parties back to court. So in addition to me, Kate has the full ability to launch a show. She has all my login material. She is a full partner in this. So Kate can launch a show. So if for some reason I'm taking care of something, I'm taking someone to the doctors or going to the doctors or whatever, Kate will launch the show too. So as long as we hear what is going on, we'll go. So as long as last time we had no problem with people reaching out and saying that the parties have been summoned to court. So when that happens, we'll go live right away. So between me and Kate, we should be able to hear about that. But if you guys hear anything, you're our eyes and ears, please, especially those of you that have our phone numbers, text us right away. So we'll make sure we go live right away. But somebody should be able to reach out to us. So, all right, guys, thank you very much. I'm going to end this here. Go have lunch, go check on people. And thanks again. Thanks always.